Chapter 250. The ceiling was also high enough. Gustav brought out a cube from his backpack and tapped on it. Zroyanin. It unfolded and transformed into a tent-like house. Now I can start my experiments, but first I will cook, Gustav smiled as he walked in. In a few minutes, the aroma of a delicious delicacy being cooked wafted across the surroundings. Some participants were either getting killed or fighting life and death battles, but Gustav was cooking and enjoying sweet delicacies. After having a good meal and putting some other things in place, Gustav decided to get down to business. He sat in a crossed-legged format within his tent-like structure and activated recreation. Recreation has been activated. Gustav felt hot on the inside after activating recreation. He remembered the first time he activated it, the same thing happened. He could feel every bloodline within him bubbling. Which bloodlines does host wish to combine? The system asked. Combine muscle enhancement and energy compression bloodlines. Gustav commanded internally. Host has decided to combine muscle enhancement and energy compression bloodlines. Muscle enhancement plus energy compression, calculating compatibility rate. 0%, calculating compatibility rate. 17%, calculating compatibility rate. 37%. Gustav watched as the system calculated the compatibility rate. In a few seconds, it was done. Compatibility of combination is 64%. Does host still wish to combine these bloodlines? Yes/no. Yes, Gustav answered. Unlike the last time where he got a notification saying the combination might be dangerous, this time seemed to be safer since he didn't get such notification. Combining muscle enhancement and energy compression, recalibrating bloodlines to their initial genetic form. Combination process will begin. Combination procedure. 0.01%/100%. Estimated finish time. 6 hours. Gustav noticed that this time recreation wasn't going to take as long as the other time. I don't feel weird like the last time. Gustav also noticed this. However, he received a system notification in the next moment. Host body will undergo extreme temperature changes within the 6 hours time frame for bloodline recreation. Looks like I spoke too soon. Gustav had a wry smile on his face after noticing this notification. It turned out that there would be different effects for the combination of different bloodlines. Gustav had been thinking it was going to be like the last time where he was unable to control his little brother down there, but now he confirmed that there would be a different effect each time. This is good too. I can sleep on it. When I wake up, it will be done the next morning, and I can combine other bloodlines during the day. Gustav came to this conclusion before laying on his back. During the night, the effects of recreation kicked in. Sometimes Gustav's body would turn immensely hot that steam would be erupting from his skin. Even his clothes would be affected. An entire tent would turn hot. Other times his skin would turn cold and pale white. Ice would start to appear on his skin, due to this causing him to start shivering. Gustav had thought he would get a good night rest and wake up the next morning to see the work done, but he was sorely mistaken. The whole 6 hours went by, and Gustav was unable to close his eyes even once. It's going to be 2 long days. Gustav had a feeling he'd be unable to get a single ounce of sleep for the next 2 days. He had gotten 27 different bloodlines. He had combined 2, so he still had 25 left. He knew he wouldn't be able to perform recreation on every one of them, but the 2 days was enough time for him to research how recreation worked properly. He believed that he should have figured out a thing or two after about 6 to 7 tries. Recreation successful, B+ grade bloodline. Overhaul has been created. Gustav checked the information immediately. Bloodlines. Overhaul energy is generated inside the muscles that create a protective membrane that covers up the host's desired body part, protecting one from blasts. This proves that the bloodlines can transform into something different entirely after being merged. Gustav said internally as his face shone contemplation. Those were 2 grade C bloodlines. Now, let me try merging 2 grade B. Gustav was noting down the grades of the bloodlines he merged. All this was for research purposes, so he would know how to combine bloodlines more effectively in the future. Gustav wasted no time in looking for 2 grade B bloodlines within him to use for recreation. In a few minutes, he had started combining another bloodline. Just as expected, he went through a different side effect. Still, this time wasn't as extreme as before since the compatibility rate was higher. Gustav bore the effect, and in about 6 to 7 hours, the recreation process was done. Gustav continued this till evening time. After successfully combining 3 bloodlines, Gustav was starting to understand some things about recreation. This time a grade D and grade B, Gustav decided. Host has decided to combine chemical fingers and iced fox, calculating compatibility rate 2/100%. Compatibility rate of combination is 57%. Does host wish to combine these bloodlines? Yes/no. Gustav had a feeling this was going to be low since the grades were up to a level apart. However, for research purposes, he still decided to agree to it. Combination procedure 1/100%. Estimated time 6 hours. Host stats will be halved for the next 6 hours of recreation. Gustav suddenly felt his body weakening after this notification. Sigh. Something like this can happen too? Gustav muttered as he laid on the floor. He wasn't really bothered about it. In the next 6 hours, the recreation would be done. Something suddenly popped up in Gustav's mind. I totally forgot about that. Gustav remembered he was going to test out life signs tracking with God eyes. He had saved a life sign of a female participant back then during the 4th phase and decided he would use her to test it out. God eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God eyes and recalled the life sign of the female participant. The instant Gustav recalled it, his eyes suddenly glowed a bright golden light. Life signs tracking has been activated. Gustav's sight changed, and the view that appeared in front of him was that of a different location entirely. What is this? Angie? Gustav instantly sat up as he noticed something, or rather someone in his line of sight. What in the world is that? Chapter 251. Gustav's sight changed, and the view that appeared in front of him was that of a different location entirely. What is this? Angie? Gustav instantly sat up as he noticed something, or rather someone in his line of sight. What in the world is that? Gustav could see Angie and a group of her going against a shadowy, humanoid-looking creature. The creature would merge into structures, and the next time it appeared would be from another location. The instant it grabbed onto a person, the person's body part it made contact with would be covered in a web of blackish substance. Instantly, that body part will lose function, and the creature would gain control of it. At the moment, piles of body parts could be seen on the ground. Heads, limbs, ears, eyeballs, etc. A boy sporting white dreadlocks was currently engaging in the battle with a single arm. His left arm was among the arms, sprawled all over the place. Gustav could already guess what happened when he noticed those tendrils of the black web on the body parts scattered all across the place. Gustav could only see what was going on, but he couldn't hear anything. When he tried looking down, he could see eyelashes and a pointy nose that obviously belonged to that of a girl. Gustav could tell that he was seeing from the position of her forehead, but that didn't last for long. He suddenly noticed the creature appear in front of his line of sight, covering the whole view. The next thing that happened was his line of vision tilted before he was disconnected from the girl. What just happened? Did she just get decapitated? Gustav said internally as he hurriedly stood to his feet. That thing was like a physical shadow. Could that be the silhouette I've heard about? A frown appeared on Gustav's face as he figured that this was the case. To fight something that cannot be touched physically is practically impossible for Angie. If she wanted to use a cumulative blast, she would need a large space to run in. Also, it isn't very advisable to use an attack that covers a wide range underground due to possible structural collapse. She must be limiting her abilities because of the group. Gustav sighed as he made an analysis based on what he saw a while ago. Sigh, Angie is just being Angie. This situation just had to happen in my current circumstance. Gustav sighed as he spoke. He checked his stats and noticed that they had truly been halved. Although Gustav was surprised when he noticed the silhouette, he wasn't really worried because he knew Angie could escape from that place with her full speed if she wanted to. The only problem was she wouldn't be willing to leave the rest of the group to battle with the silhouette on their own. He already saw tears in her eyes as her teammates were being butchered. I have to go. Gustav's face turned serious as he started to transform. Black scales appeared on his body as ram horns grew out of his head. In a few seconds, Gustav had completely transformed into a large mixed-breed serpent. His clothes were torn apart in the process, as his current size took nearly half of the space in the cave-like hole. He hissed as his body wriggled out of the hole with speed and started climbing upwards towards the top of the hole. Sprint has been activated. Swin. Gustav, in his transformed state, crawled upwards across the walls of the hole. He coupled sprint with the normal speed of the Savarinia serpent mixed breed. At least the stats getting halved didn't affect my bloodlines or skills. I can still make use of them at their original power, Gustav said internally as he noticed this. His speed may have been reduced, but it was still fast when he coupled sprint with the serpent's transformation. In about 2 minutes, Gustav had climbed out of the hole and transformed back into human form before letting his feet take the form of the blood wolf. Originally, the blood wolf could move at 100 feet per second. Still, when Gustav activated sprint, it was close to his original speed when sprint was activated. The blood wolf was the fastest transformation in his possession, so that was the best to use for the current situation. Swish! Gustav dashed with speed across the passageway he first came into contact with. Even though life sign tracking had been deactivated, Gustav was still able to sense how to get to the location. He moved as fast as he could at the moment. He could have still boosted his speed by combining dash and sprint. However, he felt he should conserve energy for the upcoming battle since he only had little information about the silhouette. Be okay till I get there. Angie, Gustav couldn't just get rid of the nagging feeling tugging at the back of his mind. On the part of the ruins where the battle was ongoing, for participants with fatigued-looking faces engaged the silhouette in front. They couldn't touch the creature since a single touch would cause their hands to be infected with blackish energy. Even their long-ranged attacks were barely effective. Angie was practically useless in the fight. All she could do was run around, throwing some things. She picked up at it. The silhouette was currently handling their attacks with ease while feeding on the arm of a team member. Slurping and crunching sound reverberated across the place as it chewed casually. It was almost like it was mocking them. You bastard! How could you eat Maddie? One of them shouted out as he swung out spiky rocks towards the silhouette. Tears and snot had covered his face, which was filled with panic and rage. She's delicious, delicious, yummy, tasty. Laughter could be heard coming from the silhouette as it phased into the ground, dodging the attacks before phasing out of another part of the ground where corpses could be seen. The silhouette quickly grabbed onto the leg of a female corpse and tore it from her body. A wide opening appeared in its face area, and it proceeded to dip half of the leg from the thigh area into its mouth before biting down with intensity. The group eyes turned red even more as they witnessed that. However, before they could attack it, it disappeared once again, only for it to reappear about 300 feet away. It stared at the group with a taunting look as it feasted on the legs of the girl. Ah! One of them shouted out and dashed towards it with a crazed look. Johnson, no. The group screamed out, but he totally ignored them. A large grin appeared on the face of the creature as it watched the boy approach him. Just as it was preparing to attack the boy, swish! Angie swooped in and grabbed onto the boy before forcefully returning back to their initial position. Don't be stupid. The closer we are to it, the more shadows it will be able to manipulate and deal with us, Angie voiced out with a slightly annoyed tone. Chapter 252. She was also angered and pained by what had gone down here today. She watched her group members get slaughtered like livestock, and she blamed herself for it. She wanted to find the teammate that disappeared by all means and ended up dragging the rest of the teammates into the current predicament. Not only had the teammate who they had been looking for died, some of them that followed her here had also lost their lives to the silhouette. One of the 4 teammates who were currently alive had lost his left arm because he had to cut it off the moment it became infected with the blackish web gotten from making contact with the silhouette. He didn't want to end up attacking anyone due to his body being manipulated, which was why he had to make that decision. We're at a disadvantage because we're in a dim vicinity, Angie muttered. Angie and her teammates had been avoiding areas that had shadows cast over them because the silhouette was capable of manipulating that. This not only restricted their movement range, but also affected their battle performance. Had the boy who Angie just saved moved a foot further, he would have stepped within the silhouette range of attack. A single strike was what the silhouette needed to end anyone's life. The silhouette just stood about 300 feet ahead, leaning on a pointy rock and munching on a leg while staring at the group in front. It didn't seem bothered, almost like it was sure these kids were incapable of causing it any issues. You guys should go get help from other groups. I have a plan, Angie proposed. The 3 beside her stared at her with a confused expression. Aren't you coming with us? The kid with white dreadlocks asked. No, I have to stay here and stall it, or none of us will be able to leave here successfully, Angie replied. The boy thought about it and remembered that participants had been avoiding this area, particularly because of the rumors on the silhouette, so he knew it wouldn't be easy to find a group. Even if they did find a group, he wondered if they'd be willing to assist them in dealing with the silhouette. No, that isn't an option. We're going to deal with it together, the kid voiced out. If we do that, we'll all die here. Like I said, I have a plan. If you all don't go, I can't execute it, Angie said. They stared at her with a contemplative expression. The other girl, who had green-colored hair, decided to say something. What are you planning? She asked. Something that will either knock that thing out or damage it severely. Don't worry, you'll be okay. It can't catch up to me, remember? Angie assured them. All right, well, go and get help. Stay safe, the rest of the group finally agreed and started moving backward slowly. This particular area had 3 to 4 feet rocks protruding from different parts of the ground, which caused shadows to be cast almost everywhere. However, one of their teammates blasted apart a lot of them before he was taken down, which gave the participants a place where they could stand and be safe from the silhouette assaults. For some reason, it was unable to make use of living things' shadows, but it could use that of inanimate things. Angie fixed her eyes on the silhouette as her teammates moved to the back. They suddenly started running towards the passageway 1,000 feet behind. Angie kept watching the silhouette without moving. The silhouette didn't even act like they were trying to get away. It still continued eating body parts. In a few seconds, Angie's teammates were out of sight. Now it's just you and me, Angie voiced out with a tone of anguish as her eyebrows creased together. I'm going to have to use it. I don't care if I get buried here. I won't let this thing run amok, slaughtering more innocents. Tears rolled down Angie's eyes as she came to this conclusion. He, the most delicious one, has stayed behind. Slurp, now that the distractions are gone, I can enjoy you properly. The silhouette phased into the ground as those words were uttered. Swoosh! Angie, too, had also dashed out. When the silhouette phased out of the ground a few feet towards the right from Angie's initial position, she had already disappeared. Swish! Another horn grew out of Angie's forehead as she started running in a circular format around the vicinity. Sweet! The silhouette was extremely shocked as it stood in place, staring at the multiple afterimages circulating around it. It couldn't tell where Angie, was at the moment due to her immense speed. Slurp even going to be more delicious. I can't wait to feast on him. The silhouette suddenly sensed something and paused its speech. Whitish energy started building around the afterimages it was seeing circulating around it. It could sense immense destructive energy from the whitish energy circulating around Angie. Zwoosh! Angie kept running around it, building up the destructive whitish force of energy surrounding her. The silhouette started phasing into the ground and appearing in different places trying to catch Angie's figure, but it was of no use. Bam! When it got too close, it was blasted aside by the force gathering around Angie. Impossible. This little one. It stared at Angie afterimages from its position in the middle. Angie had now gathered energy to the extent that the ground began to quake gently, and the rocks protruding from the ceiling started to crumble. Good, this is good. It will only make you more delicious. The large silhouette set of pointy teeth were revealed as it laughed. Angie frowned more as she dashed towards the silhouette with the purpose of releasing the gathered energy once she had closed in on it. The silhouette suddenly grinned again and slapped its hands on the ground. Pah! Dark energy suddenly spread from its position, and shadowy black tendrils shot out of every part of the ground. Sweetie! Angie's legs were suddenly wrapped by these tendrils. Due to the tendrils suddenly hindering her movement and all the speed she had gathered, she found herself somersaulting forward. Angie's body spun severally in midair before slamming onto the wall on the side. Bang! The wall vibrated, and a large chunk of rock broke apart before falling on the lower part of her body. Kairar! Angie screamed out in pain as a pointed part of the rock stabbed into her left thigh. I will enjoy tasting your meat, Slurp. The silhouette voiced out as it approached Angie. It squatted and pulled the rock off her before lifting her. Let her go! A loud voice was heard from behind. Chapter 253. I will enjoy tasting your meat, Slurp. The silhouette voiced out as it approached Angie. It squatted and pulled the rock off her before lifting her. Let her go! A loud voice was heard from behind. The silhouette's grayish tongue was only inches away from touching Angie's face when the shout was heard. The silhouette grin broadened. Yet another delicious one has appeared, Slurp. It made slurping sounds as it spoke and released Angie's neck from his grip. It turned around to see who had just arrived, not even bothering about Angie escaping since he knew her legs were in a damaged state at the moment. Two girls could be seen moving in her direction, several hundred feet away. One of them had long white hair, a pretty face, and a tall figure, while the other was a green-skinned girl with a long brown tail. The girl with white hair was the one who shouted out earlier. Even the silhouette had thought it was a single person, but the moment he turned around he figured he was wrong. I didn't sense the presence of that green-skinned girl. The silhouette stared at the green-skinned girl in particular with knitted eyes. Both girls were obviously Glade and Maltida. They had arrived just in time before the silhouette could finish Angie off. Angie, are you okay? Maltida shouted as they closed in on them. Angie gathered her strength and pulled her body to the side before replying, I'm okay. Even though her thigh was bleeding, she didn't want to be a dead weight, so she tried to get out of their range. The silhouette scrutinized Glade intensely and noticed something. What is the red energy that covered her entire figure? It wondered. However, before it had enough time to gather, its thought, Glade, suddenly dashed out. Swoosh! Although her speed was nothing compared to that of Angie's, her explosiveness was nothing to scoff at. The red aura-like energy covering her entire figure intensified, and two large red sickles were conjured out of thin air. Grab! Grab! Glade grabbed them both and hacked down at the silhouette in an X format with both sickles. The air vibrated as both sickles traveled towards the neck area of the silhouette with intensity. Phoom! The silhouette bent backward to the extent that its back nearly made contact with the 3-foot pointy rock protruding from the ground behind him. Both attacks missed him as he used that opportunity to sink into the shadows and appear behind Glade. Glade had extremely fast reflexes, so she responded by spinning and swinging her left arm out in the process. Slash! Once again, her sickle aimed for the head of the silhouette, who dodged quickly towards the side. Slash! Swerve! Slash! Swerve! Slash! Swerve! Glade was not giving the silhouette any leeway or time to think as she kept bombarding it with different attacks. While Glade was busy engaging the silhouette, Maltida had approached Angie's position. Amazing. She's handling it all by herself. Angie was astonished as she watched from the side. Don't let it touch you. It's dangerous. Angie voiced out with a tone of worry as she noticed the silhouette nearly grazed its fingers against Glade's arm as they battled. Come on, let's go. Maltida squatted as she helped Angie up. Angie held onto Maltida for support as they moved away from the battle range. When they got to the far end of the area where different passageways could be seen, Maltida kept taking her further. Maltida, you can leave me here. It'll take some healing meds. You should go help Glade out because she can't take on that silhouette by herself, Angie said while gesturing at a particular spot up front. However, for some reason, Maltida ignored her statement and kept moving forward. Maltida. Angie kept calling out to her, but Maltida ignored her and kept supporting Angie's movement as they entered the 4th passageway. Maltida, where are you taking me? Angie asked as they kept moving through the passageway. Maltida! Angie shouted out and pulled her arm from Maltida's grip. Plop! She fell to the ground and started making use of her hands to pulling her body backward. Maltida turned around to stare at Angie with glowing purple eyes. I know about your power, kid. You will be useful in helping me find what I want. A deep masculine but monotonous voice could be heard coming from Maltida's mouth as she spoke. What is with you? Maltida? What's happening? Angie crawled backward with all her might and even tried standing to her feet, but the intense pain in her thighs caused her to fall again. Spurt! Spurt! Due to her repeatedly trying to stand, more blood started spilling out from the injury on her thighs. Not understanding the situation and not wanting to be caught, Angie used the other leg, which wasn't as badly injured as the left, and started hopping. Maltida followed behind her with a frown. All this is futile. You shall come with me and become one of my loyal puppets, Maltida voiced out as she caught up with the leaping Angie. Grab! She grabbed Angie's neck from behind and lifted her with ease. Let us go, she said while turning Angie around and placing Angie on her right shoulder. Angie tried resisting by punching out with super speed. However, a silver panel appeared on Maltida's body when her fist made contact. This protected Maltida, rendering her punches futile. What is going on? Why is Maltida like this? It seems like she is being controlled by something. Angie's mind was in a state of disarray at the moment. If she's like this, then does that mean Glade is also? Angie's face shone panic as Maltida turned around to continue heading down the passageway. Just when Angie's mind was in a state of intense confusion and panic, a loud whooshing sound was heard coming from up ahead. Swoosh! Angie was the first to notice this, since she was a speedster, but Maltida was slower. By the time she noticed it, a fist was already in front of her face. Chapter 254. Pa! A loud collision rang out, followed by a female body traveling in an arc across the air. Bang! Maltida's body slammed into the wall, and her eyes turned blurry. Still, she could partially see a familiar male figure in front of her. A silver covering could be seen on the left side of her face, which took the force of the punch. Gustav! Angie voiced out from the ground. Even with that amount of force, she didn't pass out. This proves that I have truly weakened. Gustav stared at his fist as he lowered it. He was using sprint, so, due to his speed, the force of his punch was multiplied by 4. Originally, that would be enough to nearly decapitate a mixed blood of Maltita's strength, but now that he had been weakened, it could only do this much. "Are you okay?" Gustav asked as he squatted in front of Angie. Angie's eyes were already watering as she stared at Gustav's face. She remembered everything she had gone through since the start of this phase, the deaths she had to witness and the decisions she made. "Gustav." She didn't know where the strength came from as she jumped into his embrace. Gustav was a bit surprised by her action, but when he thought about the current situation, he had a vague idea of why she acted in this way. Gustav looked down at Angie's head resting on his chest and raised his hand before bringing it down on her hair. He gently caressed her silver and pink hair as his jaw made contact with her horns. "It's all right. Everything is going to be fine now." Gustav had never said these words before, but for some reason he felt good saying it. Maybe that feeling of wanting to do heroic deeds was still there, but just not present with everyone. Gustav noticed that Maltita had come back to her senses and was ready to attack him. So he quickly found a spot and dropped Angie there. "So we finally meet." The same masculine voice was heard from Maltita's mouth as she spoke with a huge frown. "Be careful. She's not in her right senses," Angie voiced out as Gustav approached Maltita. "Thanks for stating the obvious, Angie. Anything else you'd like to add?" Gustav said while standing several feet away from Maltita, who still had glowing purple eyes. Angie giggled lightly after hearing that. "Just be careful. I think Glade is also the same way," Angie voiced out. "Glade." Before Gustav could try and find out more, Maltita dashed forward as liquid like silver started coating her entire body from head to toe. "What exactly is wrong? I have to engage her first before making any assumptions," Gustav said internally as he also dashed forward. Maltita conjured a silver-like spear from her body and swung it at Gustav. Gustav swerved to the left, but the instant he dodged it, Maltita swung it towards the left with force. Swoosh! Gustav straightened his left palm before sending it towards the side body of the spear. Palm strike has been activated, bam. Gustav's palm slammed into the body of the spear, sending it flying from Maltita's hand. Swin. Immediately his left palm made contact. He spun around and sent his right elbow out towards Maltita's face. Bam! Maltita blocked it with her right arm, but the force still caused her to slide backward by several feet. The instant she dropped her arm, which was currently blocking her sight since she used it in blocking Gustav's attack, she noticed the large brownish foot laced with sharp claws headed for her chest. Shiuk. Silver-like spikes suddenly protruded from her body as Gustav's foot traveled in midair towards her chest. Gustav, who was in midair, was unable to stop his movement, so he quickly spun and sent his right foot hurling towards the left side of Maltita's face. Bam! Gustav's right leg slammed into Maltita's face, sending her flying towards the side. Swish! Gustav didn't wait for an instant. The moment his foot touched the ground, he dashed out again as his fist got covered with a layer of icicle-like covering. Bam! 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 He repeatedly threw out fists at Maltita, even though her body was still full of silver-like spikes. Each time his fist made contact, the spikes would be blasted apart, giving Gustav the chance to punch her silver covering. Maltita's silver covering was very hard and protected against every kind of attack. However, once Gustav started gaining the upper hand, throwing out punches repeatedly, he let his arm take the form of the mutated bull. His fist was also covered with the Irosilk from the Calapisol alien life form he took, along with atomic disintegration coating both his arms. Maltita's silver outer covering was riddled with holes in a few minutes. Bam! Swee-eye! Gustav's fist sent Maltita flying again before she slammed into the wall. Bang! Blurg! She spat out blood before sliding to the ground. Still, her eyes had a purplish glow, even they had slightly dimmed. Interesting. Looks like the information my puppets have fed me was true, Maltida voiced out. What information? Gustav asked as he started walking towards Maltida. About your excellence. You are truly what I need. Maltida replied. What do you mean by that? Gustav asked with a confused expression. Ha ha ha, I have found the one. Surrender yourself to me, kid. Maltida shouted out while standing to her feet. Do you not see the situation you're in? Why would I surrender to you? Gustav responded as he continued walking towards her. If you want this vessel to be free, you have to. Maltida said with a smile. I'm sure you share some attachments to this person. Gustav stood in front of Maltida and smiled. You think I care? He voiced out before grabbing Maltida by the neck. Cough, cough, cough. Gustav gripped her neck tightly as he spoke. Huh. Did you really think you could get me with this? He continued to squeeze as he spoke. Did I miscalculate? How could she share such memories with him? And he holds no regard for her. Maltida's face showed a choking look as the being controlling her mind thought. The being stared at Gustav's expression from his Maltida's point of view. He's a crazed kid, this one. He's not bluffing. He doesn't care. The being realized this as he stared at Gustav's uncaring expression. I better withdraw from this vessel before I get affected by her death. I cannot afford to lose a single ounce of power, the being concluded. Do not delude yourself, kid. I shall have you soon. My puppets shall bring you to me in due time. Gustav heard these words in his mind as the purplish glow in Maltida's eyes faded. The voice sounded exactly the same as the one coming from Maltida's mouth earlier. Plop! Maltida fell to the ground and passed out afterward. Maltida! Angie shouted out from behind and ran towards Gustav and Maltida's position. She took a healing capsule a while ago, so her injuries had almost healed up completely. Is she dead? Angie asked while staring at the unconscious body of Maltida, which was still without any movement on the ground. Chapter 255. Is she dead? Angie asked while staring at the unconscious body of Maltida, which was still without any movement on the ground. Angie checked if Maltida was breathing and found out that she wasn't. Angie still checked for her pulse, but there were still no signs of life. Angie stared at Gustav, whose face was still as uncaring as ever. You didn't have to. Angie didn't even know what to say. She understood how everything got to this point, but she still felt conflicted because this was someone who had ties to Gustav. Gustav turned around and started walking away. Recheck her pulse, Gustav instructed as he walked forward. Angie didn't understand why he said that, but she decided to do as instructed. Huh. She suddenly felt pulse movement from Maltida. Twitch, twitch. Maltida's eyelids twitched twice, proving that she was still alive. How? I clearly felt no pulse from her a while ago. Angie checked again to be sure, and even placed her fingers underneath Maltida's nostrils. She had started breathing once again. Angie stared at Gustav's back with a look of astonishment, wondering what he did. Unbeknownst to her, Gustav never intended to kill Maltida. He knew so well about mixed blood's anatomy, so he had applied pressure on the part of Matilda's neck that cut off her oxygen supply for a few seconds. It also caused the throbbing of her pulse to slow down. Angie had thought she was dead due to all these. Gustav questioned Angie about the situation, so he could get as much info as possible to deal with the threat at hand. She explained to him all that had happened so far, including how her group ran into the silhouette and nearly got wiped out. She also told him how Maltida and Glade came to her rescue, which led to the current scenario. However, when it came to the current scene, which led to the battle between Gustav and Maltida, Angie was just as clueless as Gustav. The only thing she could mention was that whoever was controlling the mind of Maltaida wanted her for an unknown reason. And now Gustav knew that the unknown person also wanted him. The question that plagued their minds now was, why? For what purpose would that person be after them? Gustav started drawing out possible reasons and plots in his mind. Nevertheless, without more information, he couldn't narrow down the thousands of possible reasons this would be happening. However, one thing Gustav was sure of was the fact that whoever was doing this is definitely an alien inmate. His reason for thinking this way was based on the level of strength of every inmate he had met so far. Every inmate was within the serial rank. But when it came to aliens who didn't have the same power system as mixed bloods, their strength varied. The Calapisol and Arcanades were proof of that. They were way more powerful than the mixed blood inmates. Gustav could tell that it would be impossible for a mixed blood on the serial ranked level to control multiple minds simultaneously, since the person mentioned that they would be sending more puppets after Gustav. It was safe to assume they controlled more participants aside from Glade and Maltaida. Although this wasn't a very useful fact, it made Gustav prepare his state of mind for whatever was going to come next. Around 5 hours left, Gustav said internally, while staring at Angie and Maltaida, who was still unconscious on the ground. He would have liked to ask Maltaida about the being that inhabited her mind, but time was of the essence. He couldn't wait for her to regain consciousness because he could tell that whatever this was carried more danger than the silhouette. "You're going to stay here with her, Angie. I'll have to deal with this on my own," Gustav stated as he started walking forward. "No, we're going to deal with it together," Angie voiced out with a look of determination while standing up. At this point, her injuries had healed completely. However, a look of fatigue could be seen on her face. Even though she had healed up due to the meds, her energy had almost been completely depleted. She and the group had been battling the silhouette for a long time, and the meds also made use of her energy to grant her healing. Gustav paused his footsteps and turned around to stare at her. "God eyes have been activated. It's not up for a debate," Gustav voiced out before turning around to keep moving. "Take care of her and hide out somewhere till I'm back," Gustav instructed before dashing forward with speed. Angie wanted to follow, but she remembered that Maltaida was still unconscious behind her, so she stopped herself. Gustav was out of sight in no time. "Please wake up soon so we can go help Gustav," Angie hoped with a low tone while squatting to lift Maltaida up. Gustav had already arrived in front of Glade and the Silhouette's battle scene, and to his surprise he could still hear the sounds of attacks as he closed in on the area. He paused thousands of feet behind and watched Glade engage the Silhouette masterfully. According to Angie, making contact with the Silhouette wasn't an option, but what he saw made him doubt that claim. Glade was currently engaging the Silhouette with her bare hands. Although the Silhouette was obviously stronger in terms of strength, the expression of disbelief was still noticeable on the Silhouette's faceless face area. Bam! 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 It made contact with Glade repeatedly, but she was unaffected by its touches. "Why don't you join me, and I shall restore you back to your full glory once I have gotten what I want." The same voice heard from the mouth of Maltaida could be heard coming from Glade's mouth also as she engaged the Silhouette. "Hee slurp. I don't care about all that slurp. I only want to eat." The Silhouette responded with this while increasing the force of its attacks. Chapter 256. Gustav had already seen what happened to others when the Silhouette touched any part of their body, so he wondered why Glade was a different case. God eyes have been activated. Gustav made an analysis of the battle using God eyes. He noticed that the reddish aura-like energy surrounding Glade's figure was what prevented her body parts from being infected by the Silhouette's blackish web-like tendrils. Maybe I can try something. A plan started formulating in his mind upon figuring out the reason behind Glade's immunity. However, Gustav's plan formulation was cut short as two pairs of menacing-looking eyes turned around and stared in his direction. SHHHSSHH. SHHHSSHH. Glade and the silhouette had just exchanged another blow, so they were still sliding away from each other after making contact. That was when they noticed Gustav squatting behind a pillar-like rock thousands of feet behind. The silhouette's dark eyes widened as it stared at Gustav. "Slurp! I want that one even more," it voiced out while phasing into the shadows on the ground. "Oh, no, you don't. He's mine," Glade voiced out before dashing forward with speed. However, the silhouette only needed an instant to arrive behind Gustav. The instant it was phasing out of the ground, it had already transformed its arm into a large, shadowy one with 17 blackish claws. Thump! Gustav leaped backward, dodging the slash of the claws, which slammed into the pillar-like rock he was standing behind, causing a chunk of it to get smashed to pieces. Debris scattered across the place, but the silhouette didn't wait for a second more before dashing forward towards Gustav again. This was when Glade arrived and parried the second slash with her reddish energy sickle. "I said he's mine. You can have your pick of anyone else after joining me." The masculine, monotonous voice could be heard coming from Glade's mouth once again as she and the silhouette pushed against each other. "I want this one slurp. He tastes very delicious," the silhouette voiced out as dark tendrils shot out of the shadows surrounding them towards Gustav. Thump! Gustav once again leaped upwards and spun, dodging some of the tendrils while activating atomic disintegration to cut through the ones he couldn't dodge. Bam! SHHHSSHH. Gustav landed about 100 feet towards the left and slid backward by a few feet. Glade only waved her sickle about 3 times to cut through the dark tendrils that came for her. "If I'm not careful, its attack will make contact with me soon. It will take some time to activate that ability, so I have to be careful," Gustav said internally, while staring at the silhouette from his position. At the moment, the silhouette was kind of in the middle, while Gustav was on the left and Glade on the right. The three stared at one another warily for a few seconds. None of them were allies, but at the moment, Gustav knew who to work with. Swish! Glade dashed towards the silhouette once again, swinging her sickle. The silhouette dodged them tactfully and sunk into the shadows, only to appear beside Gustav again. This time it reached out very fast and almost touched Gustav's neck. However, Gustav was able to evade his touch by a few centimeters and quickly countered by sending out a palm strike. Swish! Silver-like energy covered his palm as it traveled towards the shoulder area of the silhouette. Fwum! Gustav's palm passed through thin air as the silhouette disappeared again and appeared on his right. Slurp! Gustav heard the slurping and tried turning around as fast as possible to counter. Still, the silhouette's face was just about 2 inches away from his neck. Schwang! A red sickle appeared in between the 2 inches space before Gustav and the silhouette. It traveled in and horizontally towards the neck of the silhouette. Fwum! The silhouette was forced to sink into the shadows again to dodge Glade's sickle attack. Hee, you're a nuisance, Slurp. What happened to giving me everything I wanted? The silhouette who appeared on the far east voiced out. This one is off limits. I shall have him for myself. Glade voiced out. You can have the others. I want to taste this one, or we can each take a portion of him. Slurp. The silhouette responded with this. Keep talking like I'm not right here, Gustav stated with a slightly offended tone from the side. Unknown to both of them, he was building his energy internally in accordance with his plan. This isn't up for debate. He is mine. Glade totally ignored Gustav's statement and shouted out to the silhouette. Slurp. Not if I have him first, the silhouette voiced out as it clasped its hands together. Furoo! Darkness suddenly started spreading out of its body. Carpet of darkness, the silhouette voiced out as it stomped its right foot on the ground. The shadows in the vicinity suddenly started swirling and expanding. Zazin! In a few seconds on the ground, a radius of over 7,000 feet had been covered in darkness. You can only escape from this if you have flight ability, but even with that, slurp! The silhouette made another slurping sound as it spoke. Gustav wanted to take a step forward when large black arms suddenly shot out of the ground from his right and left sides. The palms of both hands were so big that their height was comparable to the pillar-like rock Gustav was hiding behind earlier. Glade's eyes widened as she saw it and dashed forward with all her might. Gustav also leaped upwards to dodge the concentration area, but before they could move further than a foot. Clasp! Both hands clasped together with immense speed and force, covering Gustav's figure in an instant. Bam! No! Glade shouted out with a look of fury. It was still suspended in midair, but with the amount of force at which both palms clasped together, all his bones would have been broken and would have probably turned into mince meat by now. Chapter 257. It was still suspended in midair, but with the amount of force at which both palms clasped together, all his bones would have been broken and probably turned into mincemeat. He's mine now. Even if you want him, you can't get him because every part of his body will belong to me. The silhouette laughed while speaking. You idiot! I could have become powerful enough to grant you freedom and give you the opportunity to leave this hole. Glade voiced out with a tone of anguish while staring at the silhouette. You better mind how you speak to me. He is in my hands and... The silhouette paused as it sensed something. Rays of bright yellow light started to shoot out of the palms. Holes appeared in different spots on the dark palms, and more rays of light shot out of them. Fwum! The arms were suddenly blasted apart as Gustav's figure floated in midair while being surrounded by flames for a few seconds before landing on the ground. Bam! His glowing figure drove the darkness in the vicinity away. His upper body was covered in a long coat of burning yellow flames. In contrast, his lower half was covered in silver-colored energy. Gustav smiled as he stared at the silhouette, who was slowly taking steps backwards. Let's see you try to touch me now, he voiced out with a confident look. Gustav activated his new bloodline, coat of flames, while also using atomic disintegration to cover parts of his body that were still exposed. This was the reason why he had to build energy, because he was using the technique he got from the system 2 months back. Energy distribution. If he wanted to use atomic disintegration to cover his entire body, it would take up so much energy and he would be drained in a matter of seconds. This was why he decided to use a coat of flames, since that one was a more natural ability from the bloodline. It wouldn't take up much energy compared to using atomic disintegration. Now that I can finally touch you, how about we go again? Swish! Gustav hadn't finished speaking before his figure disappeared from that spot and appeared in front of the silhouette. Don't get cocky just because you became a glowing stick slurp. The silhouette voiced out and slashed at him. Gustav's claws were also traveling towards him. Gustav swerved and dodged the claws while his attack kept traveling forward. Bam! The silhouette accurately grabbed hold of his arm and turned around to swing Gustav away. Gustav's body traveled across the air, with his back facing the pillar-like wall up ahead. Just when he was inches away, he suddenly spun in midair and landed both feet on the pillar-like rock. Fwum! He pushed out both legs, using the rock to push himself forward. Swin! Gustav somersaulted in midair and brought down his extended right leg on the head of the silhouette. The silhouette was unable to phase into the shadows due to Gustav's coat of flames that drove all the shadows away. Grab! It was able to grab onto Gustav's leg before it slammed into his head. Crumble! The ground underneath cracked due to the intense force, and the silhouette growled slightly in pain. Sweetie eye! Out of nowhere, a sickle came slicing through the air. Bam! It slammed into the shoulder of the silhouette, causing it to shriek in pain as it nearly tore off its entire left arm. As the silhouette was sent crashing forward, Gustav landed on his feet and activated combination. Sprint plus dash swoosh. Gustav was finally able to use the speed that was a little bit faster than his original using sprint. His body traveled forward with speed while his left arm swung forward towards the left shoulder area of the silhouette. Slash. Prayuik. The silhouette's left arm was finally severed from its shoulder, and black blood started flowing out of it. Grrrch. The silhouette growled in pain as it slammed into the wall on the other side due to Gustav's added force. Gustav quickly deactivated combination so as not to use up more energy than he already had. The instant the silhouette slammed into the wall, it sank into the shadows again. Gustav didn't move too close to it, so that place had some shadows. Gustav only stood in position and smiled. You can't get away. Haven't you sensed it already? The instant those words were uttered, a figure fell from the top of the ceiling area on the west side. Bam! It was the silhouette. Cough! Cough! It coughed out droplets of yellow liquid from its mouth, repeatedly. When the yellowish liquid made contact with the ground, a sizzling sound was heard. What is this? What's happening? Cough! Cough! It kept coughing out the yellow liquid as it spoke. It could feel its body getting weaker, and glowing yellowish scalds began to appear on different parts of its figure. I poisoned you. I didn't really know how this poison works, since this is the first time for me, but hey, you turned out to be a good specimen. I can't seem to hear those slurping sounds anymore. Gustav laughed lightly as he approached the silhouette. The silhouette forcefully pushed itself up and tried to escape by moving closer to areas with shadow. However, Gustav closed in on him, making that impossible. Swish! Gustav dashed forward and slashed at the silhouette, who quickly turned around and parried with its right arm. Slash! Gustav's claws smoothly cut through it, causing the silhouette to become limbless. It growled out in pain again as it lost its second arm. I can heal back if only I reach the darkness, the silhouette thought as it turned around to run. Still, the moment it did that, Gustav threw out his right fist coated in flames and silver-colored energy. Bam! Plush! Gustav's fist penetrated through the back of the silhouette and came out through the front of its chest. It was still blazing with flames burning through the chest of the silhouette. Chapter 258. Gustav retracted his fist quickly before the flames could die out, and black blood started pouring out of the fist-sized hole. The silhouette stared at the hole in its chest with a confused expression before falling face flat to the ground. So this is how it ends? The silhouette had thought the situation would end with it tasting Gustav's flesh, but to its disappointment, it tried biting off more than it could chew. Gustav raised his foot and brought it down on the head of the silhouette. Bang! Its head burst apart with black liquid flying in all directions. The insatiable silhouette ended up dying with a mind full of confusion. It died without understanding Gustav's existence. Gustav had made use of the coat of flames that poisoned the surroundings with an airborne poison. This helped in weakening the silhouette. Not only had the brightness of the flames helped in restricting the silhouette abilities, but it also helped in poisoning it. Without coat of flames, Gustav would have spent way longer time fighting it, and he wouldn't have been able to escape without grievous injuries if he managed to defeat it. The silhouette was stronger than he was at the moment and was also an alien. The system notified him of it the moment he arrived on the scene. SSHHHSSSHHH. Huh. Gustav noticed the silhouette's corpse was disintegrating into smoke after its death. Gustav quickly squatted and placed his hand on the corpse, trying to see if he could acquire its power. Instead, his hand got burnt due to the high temperature of the corpse. He quickly retracted his hand, but when he noticed no system notification, he placed his hand on the corpse again. Gustav bore the pain and started stabbing his claws into different parts of the silhouette's body, hoping a system notification would pop up, but that didn't happen. In a few more seconds, the body had almost disintegrated into black smoke completely. Gustav retracted his hand and sighed. What a waste, he said internally before turning around after the body disappeared completely. Gustav felt something and turned around. He stared at the spot where the silhouette's body had disintegrated. A small round stone could be seen in the middle of the ash body outline on the ground. Gustav squatted and picked it up. You have acquired an Ulavanturian gem, the core of an Ulavanturia, an alien species said to evolve by feeding on other beings with power. Evolution stage. 5. Gustav stared at the system notification with an expression of understanding. So this is why. If its core kept evolving, would it have acquired enough power to escape from the ruins? Gustav wondered. Definitely not. I'm sure the MBO already knows this too. They wouldn't let it run amok if they didn't know how to catch it if it managed to acquire enough power. Gustav answered his question himself. Anyways, I'm taking this. Gustav put the core in his storage device and turned around. Glade was nowhere to be found. Smirk. As expected, he made use of the moment I was distracted to leave. Gustav already knew this would happen. In fact, he had hoped this would happen because he already had a plan in mind. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav's irises turned green and scarlet as he activated God Eyes. Life sign tracking has been activated. Gustav's eyes instantly changed color, becoming bright gold. It was glowing so much that it looked like 2 small fireflies flying side by side in the distance. Gustav pictured a life sign in his mind that looked like plus, and what appeared in his line of sight was a different environment from the one he was currently in. Earlier, when Gustav was watching Glade and the silhouette battle using God Eyes, he saved Glade's life sign. Now he was currently connecting to her life sign and seeing from her point of view. Glade was obviously in motion due to the constant up and down movement, as well as the stalactites being dodged and passing by the sides. Glade was currently moving very fast in an area that had lots of greenish-looking stalactites and stalagmites. Gustav kept watching through her line of sight, wanting to see where she was headed to. Glade felt weird as she moved, but looking around, she didn't notice anything, so she decided not to bother. She kept running, and after leaving the area, she went through another passageway. Even though his energy was being depleted, Gustav had to keep watching so he would discover the location of the person he was dealing with. If he had decided to surrender and follow Maltida, he would have discovered the place. Still, he wouldn't know what to expect, so that would have been a truly foolish decision. This way, he could gather more information without being noticed. After another 20 minutes went by, Glade arrived in a particular massive passageway. This one was the biggest so far that Gustav had seen, and it also looked familiar to him. Glade moved forward more and turned towards the left when she got to a particular place. A large wall could be seen when she passed through the exit point of the passageway. It was literally a dead end. However, Gustav could see about 2 more participants walking out with purplish glowing eyes like Maltida and Glade. This was also when he noticed the huge hole in the wall where a square-shaped rock was positioned. Zwienin. 2 eyes suddenly opened up on the rock, and they also glowed purple like the others. Glade knelt on the ground the moment those eyes were opened. So that is it. So much different from what I envisioned. Gustav stared at the rock. He immediately understood that it was the reason for the current situation. What he wanted to know at the moment was the plan of this rock being. You have proven to be quite useful. The same voice that was heard from the mouths of Maltida and Glade could be heard coming from the rock. Too bad you couldn't get him for me. He is a bit too much to handle. Chapter 259. However, he is better than I expected. I never thought I would find someone with multiple abilities. The information you all have on him doesn't do justice to his capabilities. Gustav couldn't hear audio when tracking life signs, but surprisingly this one was heard. Gustav wondered why he would be able to hear the voice of the rock being, and the only sensible reason he could come up with was the fact that it spoke to the minds. Gustav still couldn't hear Glade speaking, but every time the rock stated something, he would hear it. "There is no need for worries. He is my ticket out of here. He shall be mine. Go and gather more of those stones for me. I want everything to be prepared for my freedom the moment I have him in my possession." Gustav could more or less guess what Glade was saying from the rock's reply, and from what he had gathered so far. This rock being needed him and some unknown stones, which Gustav assumed were the grand stones, to escape from here. It didn't make sense to Gustav. Why must it be him, specifically? Do not worry about that. They should be arriving at his location any time from now. The instant Gustav heard those words, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His perception picked up on something in his surroundings, and he instantly deactivated life signs tracking. Gustav's vision returned back to his surroundings, and he stared at the passageways up ahead and behind. This particular area was very large, but in front and behind were more than 7 passageways in total. Tap, 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 tap. Multiple feet tapping on the surface of the ground could be heard coming from every one of these passageways. It was obvious that a crowd of people were headed this way. 7, 12, 19, 22, 29. Gustav made use of his great hearing ability to count the number of people headed this way. They hadn't entered his range of perception, so he could only use his hearing. So many. Gustav could already tell that they were coming for him. The instant one of them entered his range of perception, he scanned them with his senses and confirmed that they were indeed participants. Underscore, 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 energy. 1200/2125 underscore 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 Gustav checked his remaining energy. I won't be able to go against so many with such low energy unless I fight without making use of powerful skills. He muttered with a contemplative look. Tap, 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 tap. The tapping sounds kept getting louder. It was obvious they were getting closer. Some had even successfully passed through the passageway and were currently in the vicinity. In a few more seconds, waves and waves of participants started streaming out of the passageway and into the area. They arrived at the middle in no time and paused their movements after noticing that the area was empty. They all had purplish glowing eyes and were numbered in the 40s to 50s. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Dash, the Great Lord said he would be here. Dash, this location is accurate. How come it's empty? Although they were all being mind-controlled, at the moment they could think for themselves. They were in control of their own body movement. However, their minds were plagued with one thought, which was to capture Gustav. Gustav, who was being sourced for, positioned himself in between 2 stalactites hanging from the ceiling area with his legs and arms tightly holding onto them both. He watched the crowd of participants from above with a look of astonishment. They had occupied almost every spot below due to their large number. Just how powerful must the rock mental capability be to mind control this amount of participants at the same time? Gustav felt the situation was a bit more dangerous than he thought. Not because of the large number of participants looking to abduct him, but because of the rock itself. There's still about 3 hours left before my stats return back to normal. I have to hide out for now, till that time. Gustav didn't want to confront the rock as he was now. He had enough strength to hold on to these stalactites for 3 days if he wanted to, so staying up here wasn't a problem. The only thing he was currently worried about was Angie. He hoped she and Maltida had found a place to hide out. Gustav was currently naked as he held onto both stalactites. His skin tone had changed to match with the color of the stalactites. Even if any of the participants looked upwards, they wouldn't notice because he was currently like a chameleon blending in. Also, the way he positioned allowed more than half of his body to be blocked by the rocks in some angles. Or so he thought. Gustav suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and looked downwards towards the west. Glare! A pair of glowing blue eyes were staring in his direction, and the moment he looked down, their eyes connected. Oh well, shit! Gustav cursed internally as the female participant pointed in his direction. There he is! The entire crowd raised their heads to stare in Gustav's direction, but unlike the girl, some of them didn't notice anything. The distance from the ground to the ceiling area was big, so that made it harder for them to spot any difference. It was obvious that her eyes were special. A few participants who had very good perception were the ones who noticed that something was off with that particular spot. He's right there. The few that noticed it shouted out and started firing attacks at that spot. Or in the secluded room where dignitaries gathered to watch the performance of the participants, as well as converse about the observations gathered from seeing them perform. The room was currently giving off a somber vibe. The MBO higher-ups watched the projections in front with slightly confused expressions. The participants are going after one another now, ambushing others to steal grandstones. However, it doesn't look natural in any way, one of them voiced out. Chapter 260. The ones we've seen so far had purplish glowing eyes and after a successful ambush head towards the same direction. Too bad we cannot observe them further due to transmission interference. But obviously, there's something at play here. Another one of them voiced out again. I suspect a mind control, but our database doesn't mention anyone with that ability among the inmates. Participants with mind control related ability will not be able to perform on such a scale. Can you see that they are all headed towards a particular direction of the ruins in massive numbers? Everyone stared at the projections and observed that this was truly the case. About 4 different projections showed participants with purplish glowing eyes moving in groups in different locations through passageways. When the map of the ruins were displayed, it could be seen that they were all truly headed in the same direction, encircling it from different pathways like they were trying to trap something. They watched the projections and instructed the ace, controlling the invisible cams, to follow the participants. However, the further they went, the worse the transmission became. It would seem that the area they were headed for had a higher concentration of energy. Dash! I suggest we send a person down there to investigate these strange occurrences. Dash, we cannot interfere with the test phase. We have to let them handle whatever situations may arise within by themselves. That is how we can know if they truly belong here. Dash, and what happens if the situation is beyond their capability? Dash, the research team has properly investigated the ruins before the start of the 5th phase, so I believe candidates with potential should be able to handle it. The higher-ups argued back and forth on the decision to make about the current situation. Great Commander Cheyenne had a contemplative look on his face as he leaned forward and placed his hands that were clasped together on the table. I agree with them, Great Commander Cheyenne. We could send someone in with the command to not interfere. Young Joe finally picked a side. Great Commander Cheyenne still sat with a contemplative expression on his face. The room turned silent because they could tell that he was about to make a critical decision. Those 4 geezers left observation of the last phase to me without any plans of attending. Now I have to make all the decisions myself. Great Commander Cheyenne gave a low sigh as he thought. We shall send in an official to go in and observe the happenings with the command to not interfere. The official will only interfere if the danger of the situation is beyond the level that the participants can handle. Great Commander Cheyenne voiced out. The official will infiltrate the ruins as a new inmate. The only issue now is who to send, Grand Commander Cheyenne added. Well, Great Commander Cheyenne, I have someone in mind, young Joe said with a straight face, but internally he was grinning. This way, his secrets will be revealed to me, young thought. Oh, and who would that be, young Joe? Great Commander Cheyenne asked while running his fingers through his yellow beards. His N. Before young Joe could complete his sentence, a loud sound of collision was heard. Bang! The door was blasted to the side by a foot. A blue-colored female shoe with heels was the first thing that was noticed since it was responsible for blasting the door to the side. Step, 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 step. A lady with beautiful ash-colored hair and an aloof expression walked in. She was dressed in a knee-length red gown with a long green jacket draped around her shoulders. This person happened to be Miss Amy. What is she doing here? This was the thought of everyone as she walked in. I'm so sorry, Sirs Moss. She got in before I was able to stop her. A male official ran in behind her, begging. Not to worry. You can go back to your work position. Grand Commander Cheyenne stopped the official before he could continue speaking. What did you say about sending someone in? Miss Amy voiced out while standing in front of the huge table. Young Joe squinted his eyes while staring at Miss Amy. An unexpected variable has appeared. Pa. Bam. Pa. Bang. Boom. Sweetie eye. Bang. Sounds of attacks rang out as a battle between a single person and a group of participants played out in a particular part of the ruins. Gustav was currently surrounded by numerous participants being mind-controlled by the rock. Earlier, after finding out his location, Gustav had to jump down from the rock due to the bombardment of attacks. The moment he did that, he knew he'd have to face this mob. His body was no longer looking camouflaged, so they could see him unless he repeatedly made changes to blend into the environment while fighting them, which is impossible. Their objective was to bring him to the rock being. So, they went full force on him according to its will. Gustav had to fight this mob without the intention to kill. This is because he felt killing this number of participants would cause some issues for him in the future, especially when they were mind-controlled. This didn't necessarily make him pull his punches because his stats were still halved. Bang! Bang! Gustav blocked 2 full-powered attacks with his arms crossed from a participant with a massive build. He slid back a bit and used the force to do a flip, kicking 2 participants in the face that way. Pooh! Gustav spat out blood towards the side and cleaned his lips before leaping upwards to dodge the attacks headed for his direction. He threw out his fist and legs, repeatedly slamming into the participants surrounding him and putting them out of commission. Every one of his kicks and punches sent them flying. However, he was also on the receiving end of some attacks. Due to the numbers, he wasn't able to dodge them all. Chapter 261. The huge participant headed for him again from the midst of the participants. His blazing fists were headed for Gustav's head. Gustav swerved to the side and threw out fast jabs towards the rib area of the participants, causing loud cracking sounds to ring out. The instant the participant fell to his knees, Gustav's body had already done a 360 degrees spin, slamming his right leg into the face of the participant. Thump! Gustav jumped back again, dodging some more attacks before engaging the others. Pa! 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 He never stopped sending out fists and kicks, and the participants were never-ending. They came after him like a flood. There were even friendly fires from some of the participants due to the multitude surrounding him. Their attacks hit one another, decreasing the amount of participants he had to battle with. Sprint has been activated. Dash has been activated. Palm Strike has been activated. Chop has been activated. Gustav moved across the place, dodging fires, electricity, energy blast, shockwaves, toxic breath, spikes, and all sorts of attacks, while also dishing out his. This was the first time he was fighting so many opponents. Due to his perception, he was able to dodge almost every attack, but he was still getting injured every 2 minutes. However, that was enough time for him to heal. Swoo! A large boulder was sent hurling towards him from behind, clearing participants that stood between him and it out of the way. Swish! Gustav did a flip and landed on the boulder before turning around and leaping forward with all his might. He already knew who was responsible for this without even seeing the person. Even while being mind-controlled, you still feel the need to crush others. Gustav said internally with a scoff as he landed in front of a beautiful girl with long black hair and massive front busts. She looked like a real-life doll, and anyone would be mesmerized the moment they laid eyes on her, but not Gustav, because at this moment his right palm was headed for her face. Pa, 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 pa. Gustav smacked her hard about 5 times in a row with immense speed, causing her to blank out after taking the 5th one. Plop! Swoosh! She fell to the floor, but Gustav didn't wait a second before dashing out towards another participant and landing a hit on them before they could send out another attack. Bodies fell to the ground unconscious as Gustav rampaged across the area brandishing his fists. He didn't make use of any powerful attack to reserve energy, so he had to repeatedly bash a lot of participants before they passed out. Huff! 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 After fighting for about 30 minutes, Gustav was currently breathing in and out heavily. He stared at the number of participants left in the surroundings that were still conscious. There were only around 12 of them left. Bodies were all over the place, but Gustav didn't kill anyone. The entire area had been flattened due to the attacks from every direction. Large holes in the walls, cracked grounds, mini craters, and all that could be seen. Gustav's face was smeared in blood. Even though he was still naked, it didn't really look that way because of the bloodstains all over his body that covered him like a robe. If this had been a normal battle and the participants had been in their right senses, they would have noticed he was fighting naked and think twice before engaging him, but since that wasn't the case, they all fought mindlessly without taking note of this. Energy 270/2125. Gustav checked out his energy and noticed that he was already running low. Time to go. Gustav had decided not to engage the rest, so he wouldn't run out of energy. Sprint has been activated. Gustav dashed into there midst dodging all their attacks and kept running till he was out of range. Phew, that was close. So many issues since the beginning of the final phase. Good thing tomorrow is the last day, Gustav said internally with a look of relief as he dashed into one of the passageways. At this time, it was already late in the night. Gustav still had around 2 hours left before his stats would return to normal. He planned to hide out till then. His energy points were also halved as well as his level and EXP. If not for his battle experiences, he would have been beaten up by the mob and taken away already. Swish! As Gustav closed in on the exit of the passageway, he suddenly sensed something. A very sinister and dark presence coming from the distance ahead. Phoom! The next instant after, he sensed that was also when he noticed a silhouette appear in front of him. It looked like it appeared, but it was actually just too fast for Gustav to fully follow it with his eyes. By the time Gustav properly saw the figure, a palm was already headed for his chest. It sounded like the air was being ripped apart as the palm headed with full force towards Gustav's chest. It was way too fast, and at his current speed, Gustav could only see a blur, however. Due to reflex action, he still placed his arms in front of his chest in an X format. Bang! The instant the palm collided with his arms, Gustav felt like he was hit with the force of 2 moving trains. His figure was sent flying across the air as a light, bone-cracking sound rang out. Gustav felt a metallic liquid rushing up his throat, but he instantly gulped it down and spun in the air before landing on his feet after traveling across the air for about 30 feet. SSHH. Due to the remnant force, he still slid back by a few feet more before his body stabilized. Gustav's arms felt a bit numb due to the strength behind the attack, so he rotated his arms to get rid of the numbness. A trail of blood trickled down the side of his lips, but he casually cleaned it and stared at the opponent in front. It was a youngster with white and a touch of black hair in different spots. He had dim eyes, but the darkness within them was visible. He had black tattoos that resembled runes on his face, neck, and some of his other exposed body parts. Gustav stared at the participant with a look of contemplative look. I know this kid. He's the same person's whose form I took to deal with Atrahia City High School representatives. Gustav's eyebrows creased as he thought, What was his name again? Falco! Gustav remembered the name of this kid who happened to be Angie's former classmate in Blackrock schools. This must be his alter ego that I knocked out the other time. I don't remember him being this powerful. Is he also being controlled by the rock? Gustav prepared for a difficult fight as he stared at Falco, who was slowly walking towards him. Chapter 262. This must be his alter ego that I knocked out the other time. I don't remember him being this powerful. Is he also being controlled by the rock? Gustav prepared for a difficult fight as he stared at Falco, who was slowly walking towards him. Gustav could remember knocking Falco out twice when he met him in the bathroom. At that time, Gustav wasn't even aware of Falco's alter ego. So, it took him by surprise when he knocked Falco out repeatedly before he could attack. In that brief time, Gustav had noticed the difference between the two. Now Gustav felt he might have just gotten lucky at that time, because the alter ego hadn't stabilized himself before Gustav struck again. Falco approached Gustav with a frown on his face. I could hardly see his movements earlier. His speed is almost comparable to my original, Gustav said internally as he pushed his perception to the limit, trying to capture every single movement around him. His plan was to read the moves of Falco as they battled, so he would be able to dodge them in a timely manner, even though Falco was currently faster than he was. Falco paused his footsteps after arriving 15 feet in front of Gustav. He stared at Gustav angrily, like he had a personal vendetta against him. I will return the favor, Falco voiced out before dashing forward. Swish! Return the favor? Gustav didn't get the chance to unravel the meaning of that statement before Falco arrived in front of him with an outstretched hand. Gustav, spreading his perception to the max, already used Falco muscle movement to predict where the attack was headed and swerve to the right. He was able to dodge Falco's thrust by only half a centimeter. SCCRRHHH. A small cut appeared on his right cheek due to the shock waves from the palm. Falco didn't waste time before thrusting out his left palm also. Swerve! Gustav swerved again, dodging that, and it became a game of thrust and dodge between them. Gustav was always moving out of the way before Falco thrust his arms out. If not for that, he would have been pierced through by now. Falco's fingers were black and 2 inches long, and he wasn't just thrusting out his palms. He was actually thrusting out his fingers in a piercing format. Gustav could tell that if those fingers made contact with his body, it would pierce through his skin. Gustav's mind was constantly thinking of ways to deal with Falco without having to use too much energy or reveal more of his abilities. They were currently engaging each other in a passageway, so the harmful energy from the mining crystal was not too dense. Gustav could tell that the MBO would be able to see this particular location with hidden cameras, since there won't be transmission interference. Why did he say that, though? It doesn't look like he's being controlled by the rock. Gustav wondered internally as he kept dodging the thrusts. Every thrust from Falco was done with the intent to inflict severe injuries. A weaker mixed blood would find themselves at death's door if they were pierced once. It wasn't the same as the participants that were attacking him earlier due to mind control. They weren't attacking with the intention to kill Gustav or seriously injure him, unlike Falco here. Swish! Falco dashed towards the left and sent out a kick towards Gustav's neck. Gustav bent backwards, causing Falco's leg to sweep over his body. He placed his hands on the ground and used them to push himself backwards. Thump! Thump! Gustav jumped backwards twice to distance himself from Falco. I don't have time for this. Gustav was trying to get as far away from this place as possible, but due to this he was being delayed. Now that he knew Falco's alter ego wasn't being controlled, he decided to try and reason with him. Why are you doing this? Gustav asked just as Falco was about to dash out again. Are you trying to play dumb right now? Did you think I wouldn't be able to recognize you again because you've changed a little? Falco said with a tone of annoyance. Gustav exclaimed. This is payback. I will not accept being knocked out by a lesser being. Falco voiced out before dashing out once again. This time he moved faster than before. He arrived in front of Gustav again and swung out his fingers. Gustav swerved to the side, but suddenly dark energy, resembling a scythe's blade, was created from the swing. 3 Gustav wasn't able to escape the full range of the dark scythe blade, and his left arm was slashed by the edge of the blade. Bang! The dark energy blade slammed into the ground behind Gustav, and a 3 meters wide crevice was created with cracks surrounding it. A 3 inches gash appeared on Gustav's left arm with blood dripping out. Ugh! Gustav growled with a look of pain as he spun and swung out his feet in response. However, Falco was quick to dodge and swerved towards Gustav back to send out another attack. KRRHKKKK. Icicle-like covering appeared on Gustav's back as the attack connected, slamming into his back. Gustav was sent flying due to the force. However, he wasn't injured. Falco dashed forward and appeared in front of him again. Swing! Falco swung his foot towards Gustav's face. Grab! Gustav grabbed onto Falco's feet tightly, but was still thrown to the side by the force of Falco's kick. He lost his balance and was falling towards the ground, but it would seem that Falco still wasn't done with him. Sweetie, 2 fingers were headed for his eyes. You will lose your eyes for making a fool out of me, Falco voiced. Gustav gritted his teeth as he noticed the fingers 2 centimeters away from his eyes. Gravitational displacement has been activated. 100 damn it, I had to resort to this, Gustav said as he activated gravitational displacement. The force of gravity around Gustav suddenly changed, and his body descended faster, causing Falco's fingers to pierce into his hair. Scruffles of Gustav's hair were sliced off due to that. Chapter 263. Scruffles of Gustav's hair were sliced off due to that. Gustav slapped his left palm on the ground, throwing himself back up before swinging his right leg towards Falco's face. Grab! Falco grabbed his leg with ease. Gustav tried retracting it. Hiss! Fangs grew out of Falco's mouth, and he quickly took a bite at Gustav's leg. KRRHKKK. A small icicle-like covering appeared on Gustav's leg, protecting him from the bite. However, Gustav still felt the pain as Falco's fangs pressed intensely against his leg. Thwum! Gustav threw out a punch towards Falco's face again, but he dislodged his fangs from Gustav's leg to dodge the punch. Instantly, Gustav used this opportunity to pull himself from Falco's grasp. Warning! Low energy. Warning! Energy points are below 200. The system kept warning Gustav of his energy points that were currently below 200 points. Gustav couldn't keep up the fight for too long, so he started thinking of a way out. Gustav jumped backwards with speed. Hey, you're still in there, right? Don't let him control you like this. Are you really going to watch him kill a friend of Angie? Gustav voiced out. I don't care about that, Falco voiced out before dashing forward again. But just as he wanted to thrust out his fingers, his arm started trembling. Hey, what are you doing, idiot? Why are you trying to regain control? Falco's arms trembled while being stretched out halfway as he spoke to himself. Falco's face suddenly turned a bit lighter. Did you just say, Angie? Falco asked with a light, masculine voice different from the dark and sinister tone that he had been using to speak earlier. Looks like it worked. I triggered the awakening of the original consciousness. Gustav was glad internally, but before he could reply, Falco spoke again. What are you doing, idiot? Let me avenge my pride. This bastard knocked you out too. His mind went back to being dark and sinister. Yes, but if you harm him, Angie will be sad. You've done enough already. Falco's voice went back to being light and gentle. You soft idiot. That's why you and that girl are meant for one another. Let's kill this bastard right here." Gustav watched with a look of astonishment as Falco exchanged a conversation with himself. So, this is how two different consciousness in the same body communicate. It was as if Gustav was adding new knowledge to his collection. Sprint has been activated. Swoosh. While they were arguing, Gustav suddenly dashed to the back of Falco and locked his neck in a tight grip. His arms transformed as he used the bull's strength to squeeze Falco's throat. Yo. You. Chia. Ting Bas. Tard figure. HT Melee. Kuamandu. NT use the SECH. EAP tact. I say Falco's alter ego was taken by surprise. So before he could act, Gustav had locked him in a grip he couldn't get out of. On the battlefield, the only thing that counts is victory, Gustav voiced out as he kept squeezing. In a few more seconds, Falco's eyes blanked out, and the dark tattoos on his body and face retracted back into his skin. Plop! He fell to the ground, unconscious. Gustav also fell to the ground and sat on his, but with a tired expression. Petty idiot! How could you try to kill someone just because he knocked you out? Gustav wondered as he breathed in and out profusely. He was glad he already put on clothes after leaving the previous battle scene. If not, it would have been an awkward meeting since Falco's alter ego wasn't being mind-controlled. I only have a little over 100 energy points left. I need to get out of here, Gustav said internally as he proceeded to stand up. But then a thought came to his mind, which made him halt his movement. Gustav brought out a rope and tied Falco tightly before lifting him and placing him on his shoulders. It would be a pain in the butt if this guy is taken and ends up being a puppet of that rock being later on, Gustav thought as he activated Dash. Swish! In a few minutes, Gustav had arrived in a small settlement of inmates. These ones also happened to be aliens, but unlike most, they weren't hostile. He found somewhere to settle down with Falco and started making plans to deal with the rock. I have to wait till I have regained my original stats back. Gustav calculated that only about an hour was left for his stats to return to normal. Currently it was midnight, but somehow a lot of participants were awake. It was mostly due to the fact that groups were being ambushed by participants with purplish, glowing eyes all over the ruins. The groups had to stay awake to battle these participants that ambushed them at unexpected times to steal their gathered stones. Today was the last day of the final test phase, and it would seem that everyone would be awake for the next 24 hours. Why would that rock being need me and the stones to be free? I have a feeling that the MBO doesn't know about this. It is well above the level that kids my age can handle. But I think I've seen that location before. Gustav thought about the location of the rock existence and brought out his virtual map. Using the remnant energy from life signs tracking, Gustav traced the location on the map and figured out the place. So, this is why Gustav noticed that the location was on the other side of the hole he spent night and day in. If he could jump over the hole, he would only need to go through one passageway before turning to the left and arriving at the location. While Gustav was planning, he heard someone call out to him from the front. Hey, Gustav, you're here too! A dark-skinned kid with a handsome face and bushy afro hair voiced out as he approached Gustav. Gustav remembered working with this participant to deal with the first mixed breed they met after arriving here on the first day. What's up? How is it going? He asked with a smile as he arrived in front of Gustav. Huh? Why do you look so tattered and bloody? Chapter 264. What's up? How is it going? He asked with a smile as he arrived in front of Gustav. Huh? Why do you look so tattered and bloody? He asked as he noticed the bloodstains all over Gustav. Don't bother about that, Gustav replied with a dismissive expression. Were you perhaps in a battle? Are you injured, man? He squatted and placed his hand on Gustav's shoulders as he asked. Gustav wanted to reply that it was nothing serious since all of his injuries were already healed, and he was only feeling fatigued. However, something came to his mind. Can you tell me how your bloodline abilities work? Gustav asked with a contemplative expression. He wondered why Gustav would ask that, but he decided to explain anyways. He explained that he could open different kinds of vortexes to either teleport himself or rip something to shreds if he wanted to. He could also teleport objects and other people to his desired destination, which could only be about 400 to 500 meters away from himself. If he decided to make something travel a longer distance with his vortex, he would have to expend more energy. Gustav proceeded to ask if there was any place he couldn't open a vortex, whether there was some kind of limit or something. He replied that as long as it is within his range, he could open vortexes anywhere, even inside a person, as long as the right conditions are met. Inside a person? You can do that? Gustav asked with a look of astonishment. Yes, but the requirement to do that is too hefty of a price to pay. It also needs extreme concentration because I and my vortexes share links with whatever area they appear in. He explained with a weird look on his face. He seemed to be disgusted while talking about this. That's really powerful if only he was a bad guy or someone that did wrong by me. This was the first time Gustav was lamenting about meeting a good person. He always felt there were not enough good people. But now that he met another one, he started wishing he was a bad guy. Why do you ask? He inquired. I need your help with something, will you? Before Gustav could complete his statement, he interrupted. I'm in. He voiced out. But you haven't even heard what I was going to say. Gustav was surprised at his sudden agreement. I don't care. Count me in on the adventure. Remember I said I'd still like for us to work together in the future. I wasn't messing around. He said while stretching out his right hand for a shake. Gustav stared at his hand and then his face. He doesn't seem to be the type that hides evil intentions underneath a bright face. Gustav could tell that there was no ulterior motive behind wanting to team up with him. Although it had waned a bit after spending time with Miss Amy, Boss Danzo, and Angie, he still had trust issues. So Gustav found people that showed good intentions suspicious. Gustav also secretly wanted this, since the first time they worked together to defeat that mixed breed. He felt a kind of vibe with E that he didn't feel with others that he had met so far. Grab! Gustav reached out and returned E's handshake. They shook hands for the second time, and E proceeded to sit beside him afterward. Even though there is the danger of death, are you still going to be willing to work together? Gustav asked. Look around you. Since the first day we arrived here, we have been facing life-threatening issues. He said while bringing out the comb in his bushy afro hair. That was there all these times. Gustav voiced out with an astonished look as he stared at the comb in E's hand. Haha, yeah, He laughed lightly as he combed his hair for a few seconds before pushing it back into his hair. His bushy afro hair covered the entire comb up, and there was not even a sign that something was placed in his hair. Now, are you going to tell me about the situation and why that unconscious guy is tied up over there? He said, while pointing at the still unconscious Falco, tied up 3 feet behind them on the left. Gustav nodded and started narrating the train of events to E, as well as what his role in dealing with the situation was going to be. They talked at length for about an hour, making various plans and thinking of the best possible method to handle the situation. He felt the situation was indeed very dangerous. What if these participants remain mind-controlled after the final phase had ended and they go on to join the MBO and become leading forces in the future? He was thinking far ahead. Also, for it to want him because of its freedom makes it even more dangerous if such a being escaped this place. After another 30 minutes had gone by, they had decided on a plan they were going with. Gustav found a spot to change his outfit and check on the system. Recreation complete. Host has acquired C grade, Bloodline, sticky pus. underscore. Gustav smiled as he saw the notifications. Finally, I'm back to full strength. Gustav felt his increase in strength and his body becoming lighter, signifying that he had regained his original strength. Goal completed. Combine a total of 10 bloodlines. Plus 50, 00, exp. Plus 3,000 credits. Gustav saw the completion of another goal and felt elated once again. He decided to check his stats to confirm his recovery. Host attributes. Name: Gustav Crimson level, 21 class. Subparallel being XP 637 800/3 360 000 9590/9600 energy 4250/4250 attributes strength 67 perception 64 mental fortitude 64 agility 64 speed 66 bravery 64 intelligence 65 charm 64 defense 64 vitality 66 endurance 69 attributes points 23 Good. Everything is back to normal. Now I wonder how many XP I'll get if I manage to kill the rock being. Gustav held his chin as he thought. Quest has been issued. Chapter 265. Quest has been issued. A system notification suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Perfect timing, Gustav said internally as he proceeded to check out the quest. Hey, do you mind untying me? A voice was heard from behind, just as Gustav was checking out the quest. Gustav turned around to see. It was Falco who had spoken. He had regained consciousness. Gustav slowly walked back towards him after changing his clothes and squatted in front of him. You'll have to stay here, the way you are, Gustav said. Hey, no fair. I saved you earlier, Falco said while trying to sit up. It was proving difficult for him since he was tied up. He could only wriggle around like a worm. You put me in danger first. If I didn't mention Angie, maybe my eyes wouldn't be intact by now. From the looks of things, you're not in charge, Gustav said while proceeding to stand up. Yo, the guy has woken up. He approached from the side after seeing the wriggling Falco. Yeah, are you ready? Gustav asked. He nodded in response. Are we leaving him here? He proceeded to ask. Yes, Gustav said with an unbothered expression while turning around to start walking forward. Hey, don't leave me here. Humph. Falco shouted out as he struggled to free himself. Gustav ignored him and kept walking forward. Falco turned to stare at E with a pleading expression. E smiled wryly and turned around. I don't want him to rip my head off. You have business with him, not me. E kept walking forward and caught up with Gustav. I don't know what you got with him, but is it okay to leave him like that? E asked while walking beside Gustav. He'll be fine. He's almost as strong as I am, Gustav replied with a dismissive look. Oh, he is? All right then. E decided to overlook it, but he was a little surprised. That weak-looking guy is almost as strong as he is? E felt this was why they say never judge a book by its cover. Falco stared at Gustav and E.'s back as they got further and further away. This is all your fault. Why are you so petty? Falco shouted out. Shut up, you weak idiot, always going soft, toy. Falco still replied himself and spat out. However, his voice sounded quite different. Always going hard, and guess what? You lost, and he knocked you out again. Falco voiced out with a burst of light laughter. You little. Step. Huh. Falco heard the footsteps and raised his head to stare at who was approaching. Put him on, let me speak to him. The person approaching happened to be Gustav. Falco wondered what Gustav was playing at. I thought he already left, so why did he come back? Falco wondered. Let me speak to him if you want to be freed, Gustav demanded once again, and squatted in front of Falco. All right, Falco said and closed his eyes. Swanun. When next he opened them, they became pitch black. You bastard, let's go again. Fight me like a man this time. Cheater. Falco's alter ego shouted out the moment he gained total control of Falco's body. I will not accept such defeat. You'll never defeat me in a fair fight. Cheater. Wimp. Pussy. Gustav stared at him and patiently waited for him to finish shouting out all manner of vulgar words before replying. Okay, Gustav stated. Falco's alter ego was confused by Gustav's reply. I said okay. I'll fight you fairly, Gustav added. What? No cheating this time. Before Falco's alter ego could complete his statement, Gustav spoke again. I'll fight you fairly, Gustav stated while staring into Falco's eyes. Such confidence. He would have lost the last time if not for that meddling idiot. Where does this confidence come from? Falco's alter ego wondered. However, in the next second, he scoffed. Who are you trying to scare with that confident expression? This time you. Falco's alter ego was once again interrupted by Gustav. I'll fight you again on one condition, Gustav stated. What condition is that? Falco asked with a suspicious look. Smirk. A mischievous smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face. In a particular part of the ruins, a handsome-looking man in prison walked silently across the passageways. He had long yellow braided hair that reached his lower back and sharp slanted eyes. His movement was like that of a shadow. One step he took covered several feet. There's another battle going on there. Candidates facing one another, he muttered with a confounded look. I must find out what is responsible for this. However, taking one of them hostage is not an option. Revealing myself to whoever is responsible won't grant me any gains, he said to himself as he arrived at an intersection. He placed his back against the wall and turned his face to the right to observe what was happening. I must keep observing for now. In another part of the ruins, two young girls were conversing with each other, one with silver and pink-colored hair and the other with long white hair. Are you saying I attacked Gustav? The girl with white hair asked with a crestfallen look. Are you saying you don't remember? The silver and pink-haired girl asked in response. I only remember. Bits and pieces. Oh my God, I did attack him. He's never going to trust me now, the white-haired girl voiced out as her eyes turned watery. The girls conversing were obviously Angie and Maltida. Maltida seemed to have regained consciousness, but couldn't remember everything that happened when she was mind-controlled. It's all right. Gustav knows that you didn't mean it. Angie placed her hand on Maltida's shoulder while comforting her. Maltida brightened a little after hearing that, but she still felt down knowing that she fought with him. She was worried about Glade at the moment, but she couldn't come up with any way of dealing with that rock existence due to its mind control power. What is more important at the moment is, do you remember the location of the place you fell under the creature's mind control? Angie asked. Yes, I remember the location. And I also remember that it wasn't a person, it was a rock, Maltida said with a look of contemplation. A rock? Angie was surprised by this discovery. You must be delusional. I guess that mind control effect is still there. Angie sighed while speaking. No, I'm serious, it was truly a rock. It looked strange and has some weird drawings all over it. Glade, and I thought it was just a normal rock at first, but the moment it opened its eyes, we figured out how wrong we were. We couldn't resist its voice, it was so compelling, and our bodies would do exactly as the creature instructed, Maltida explained lengthily with a look of fear on her face. Calm down. Are you telling me the truth? Did everything you're saying right now truly happen? Angie asked while holding tighter onto Maltita's shoulders. Yes, it wasn't just Glade and I. I remember many others being under its mind control too, Maltita added. Then, why did it want Gustav and I? Angie asked. It could see our memories, so it checked for participants with abilities that would be useful for it. It saw your abilities as well as Gustav's from our memories. Maltita paused for a brief moment before continuing. It wanted to control you due to your speed, so you could gather many grand stones for him while it wanted Gustav, because... Maltita paused at this point. Because... Angie asked with a look of urgency, as she noticed the look of fear on Maltita's face increasing. A strong mixed breed is needed as a sacrifice as well as a gargantuan amount of grandstones for its freedom. It wants to use Gustav as the sacrifice after noticing that he is the strongest among the participants, Maltita revealed. Angie stepped backwards twice with a look of fear on her face. Sacrifice? That means it wants to kill Gustav? Her face turned dark as she asked. Why? Yes, Gustav will die if he faces the rock being, Maltita voiced out. Hiss! Angie's face turned darker after hearing that. She stared at the ground as an aura of rage started to gather around her. Lead the way, she demanded while turning around. What? You can't go there. You won't be able to do anything. It will make no difference, Maltita said with a dissuasive expression. Only she and Glade understood the horrors of being mind-controlled by the rock. They were also able to see inside of his mind as he searched their memories, and all she recalled was darkness. Did I stutter? Lead the way. There's no way I'm letting him face that thing by himself. Angie voiced out. Oh, all right, Maltita answered and started moving. Looks like she's sure that Gustav would have figured out the location. I hope he truly has, because, even with him there, we hardly stand a chance of defeating the rock. If he isn't there, our chances are zero, Maltita prayed internally. In another part of the ruins, two youngsters stood in front of a large hole. They were like a grain of sand before it. These two were E and Falco. Why do we have to pass this place when that bastard is going in from the front? Falco's alter ego stared at the land after the large hole and voiced out. The land was thousands of feet ahead. The hole looked uncrossable. Stop sulking, man, or are you afraid of falling in? He asked while chuckling. Humph. Afraid of this, don't make me laugh. This is nothing, Falco's alter ego replied while folding his arms with an arrogant expression displayed on his face. All right then, this is all part of the plan, so let's do our best to work according to it. He said while sinking into the vortex he conjured on the ground. Swin. He appeared on the other side, thousands of feet away. Humph, show off. Falco's alter ego voiced out before dashing towards the wall. I can perform better, he voiced out while dashing across the wall towards the direction of the other side. In another part of the ruins, a group of participants with purplish glowing eyes could be seen moving across a passageway. There were about 30 of them, and when they got to the end of the passageway, they turned left at an intersection heading towards a dead end. Hiding within the group, a youngster with green hair and pale white skin looked around the place. Looks like I was right. Time to end this, he said internally as they arrived at the dead end. Zuwunin. A pair of purplish eyes appeared within the hole on the wall. Chapter 266. Looks like I was right. Time to end this, he said internally as they arrived at the dead end. Zuwunin. A pair of purplish eyes appeared within the hole on the wall. The boy avoided making eye contact with the eyes that appeared within the wall. However, he was sneakily observing the entire vicinity. You idiots! Why haven't you still found Gustav? Chatter, chatter, chatter. Some of the participants started trying to explain themselves, stating the part of the ruins they visited in search of Gustav. You are all useless. I will not settle for a weakling that might end up making the sacrifice unsuccessful. I might have to do this myself. The rock voiced out and started floating. The green-haired boy within the crowd stared at the floating rock with a suspicious gaze, who knew that the rock could fly. Well, anyways, this doesn't change anything. Relinquish the stones you have gathered so far. The rock voiced out. The participants started walking forward one after the other and dropping some orange-colored stones in front of the rock creature. Zwanun. Orange-like streams of energy started phasing out of the stones, entering the rock being. When the energy from the grandstones was absorbed entirely by the rock, the runic patterns on its body turned brighter. After that was done, the next participant went over to drop the grandstones they had gathered. What are you waiting for? Go find Gustav for me and bring him here. The rock being commanded after noticing that the other participant was still standing there after dropping the grandstones he had gathered. The participant quickly left the place with an expression of fear visible on his face. After the next participants dropped theirs, they also left the area to go look for Gustav. They were all spreading out to different parts of the ruins, but no one ever took the path on the left. Unlike other places in the area that had 1 or 2 participants with purplish glowing eyes standing around to observe the area, that route was empty. The participants went one after the other to drop the stones they had gathered. The rectangular rock absorbed these stones, making the golden runic circles on its body turn brighter and brighter. In a few minutes, only about 5 participants were left, and the green-haired boy happened to be among them. He had been changing positions all through, moving himself to the back of the crowd to make sure he wasn't spotted. Now that there were only around 5 participants left, his figure was as visible as day. He was still positioned at the side, so it seemed like he would be the last to drop the stones he had acquired among all of them. The rock stared at the green-haired boy, in particular at the side, and stared at the rest. Unlike the rest, he was the only one who didn't make eye contact. However, his eyes were glowing purple like the rest. After the next participant dropped the number of stones she had, she moved out of the area, and only 4 participants were left. The rock absorbed the energy from the 17 grandstones in front of it. At this moment, the runic patterns on its body had become so bright that the entire place was lit up due to it. Now I am ready. I need that boy. You're all useless. The rock voiced out as it moved forward. Looks like I have to get him myself. The rock suddenly stopped moving when it got to the entrance area and turned around to stare at the green-haired boy. Hey you, come closer. The voice of the rock boomed in the mind of the green-haired boy, who complied with the demand. He walked forward and stood 2 feet in front of the floating rock. Why is your mind blocked from my reach, unlike the rest? The rock asked as the eyes on its body squinted in suspicion. 30 seconds more. It won't be ready yet, the boy said internally before replying to the rock. My lord, I don't understand what you mean, he voiced out. You must have been among those who regained control of their senses. I will put you underneath my control once again. Kneel. The green-haired boy knelt and looked up with a blank expression. Now submit to me. Host brainwaves are being manipulated by external forces, mental fortitude needed for blocking brain manipulation. 60. Host has acquired enough mental fortitude to hindering brain manipulation. Brain manipulation has been successfully hindered. An entire 60 points. His mind control must be really powerful. The boy who was obviously Gustav disguised as another thought. Why isn't it working? Why can't I see into your mind? The voice of the rock could still be heard in his mind. However, it couldn't successfully manipulate it as it will. I don't know, my lord, you should try harder, Gustav suggested with a blank look. What did you say? Are you mocking me? No, that wasn't what I meant, my lord. Maybe you're just tired, Gustav replied. What nonsense. I am as energized as I have ever been. I just need Gustav to complete my task. The rock responded with a slightly annoyed tone. 30 seconds countdown met. The rock suddenly noticed the green-haired kid smirk. He's right in front of you, Gustav voiced out while standing up from his knees. What? The rock exclaimed with a confused expression, but a large vortex suddenly appeared in front of the entrance in the next moment. Thrieric, it was so massive that it covered the entire entrance up, trapping everyone within it. The rock was still in confusion when the green-haired kid's skin tone, hair color, and height started transforming right in front of it. Tgrum! A 59 teenage boy with dirty blonde hair and superbly handsome looks was now standing in front of it with outstretched arms. Gusta. Sprint has been activated. Swish. Gustav grabbed it and dashed forward with immense speed, entering into the massive vortex in the blink of an eye. Chapter 267. The instant he disappeared into the vortex with the rock, the remaining 3 participants in the area also dashed towards it. Bam! 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 They slammed into it, and for some unknown reason, they were unable to phase through. It was as if there was a barrier preventing them from going through. They were now trapped within the dead end and the entrance that led to it. On the other side of the vortex, EE and Falco stood side by side in between the intersection that led to the back and the dead-end area. ES' left hand was pointed towards the large vortex covering up the entrance. A group of mixed-blood participants that were up ahead suddenly started running towards the end of the passageway. He should have taken him in by now, E said while pulling his left arm backward. The large vortex suddenly started moving away from the entrance. EE and Falco moved backward, towards the path that led to the right on the intersection. The participants in the area were still running towards them with full force and intensity. The ones inside the dead-end area also came out. E moved his left arm towards the front, and the vortex was placed in front of himself and Falco. Zuwu! The massive vortex was divided into smaller parts and numbered around 12 in total. Each mini-vortex was the size of a full-grown person. Remember, we have to contain them until he is done. No killing allowed, but you can knock them out. We cannot allow them to go through this way, E reminded Falco before dashing forward and sending out his vortexes. Swoosh! 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 His vortex would consume the participants before they were able to attack and teleport them to another location. Humph! No killing? Weaklings without the strength to protect their minds all deserve to die, Falco's alter ego voiced out. No killing, Falco's normal self took control and reminded. Humph, all right. Falco's alter ego had to compromise since he didn't want control to be taken from him. Swish! He also dashed forward to assist Ipa. Each of his punches would knock out a participant regardless of their size, strength, or whatever form they had taken. Once he knocked out a participant, he would fling their unconscious body towards E, who would throw out a vortex that would consume that participant and send them to another location. The participants within the passageway continued to increase in number as time passed. It would seem like they were aware that the rock had been taken. They all looked crazed as they struggled to get to the route that E and Falco were preventing them from going to. Gustav and the rock being passed through the vortex appeared above the large hole that Gustav had spent the night in. Gustav was still holding on to the rock, being as they started falling into the large hole. Release! Gustav shouted out as he kicked the rock, pushing his body away from it. Boom! A loud explosion rocked their surroundings as they fell, and a cloud of blue energy was created around them. Bang! Gustav was affected by the shock waves, causing his body to slam into the other side of the hole as they fell. His body created long cracks along the walls of the hole as he rolled down it. Gustav balanced himself after a few seconds of rolling down the wall and pushed himself outwards again. Gustav! Haha! You have brought yourself to me. You have brought yourself to your doom. He heard a loud voice in his mind as blinding gold light dazzled from within the blue cloud of energy surrounding them. Swish! The rock bolted downwards from the range of the cloud of blue energy. The glowing runic patterns on its body glowed even more as it approached Gustav. It's unaffected. Gustav was surprised to see that there was not a single scratch on the body of the rock after the explosion. Bang! The rock was about to slam into his body when Gustav reached out his right arm. Size manipulation has been activated. Gerkaunan! Gustav's right arm extended and grabbed onto the small tree branch on the side of the wall. Swish! Using it to pull himself backward. He dodged the rock's lunge. So what if you're unaffected? It'll just keep pummeling you till you're smashed to pieces. Gustav voiced out before placing his legs on the wall and pushing his entire body forward with intensity. Boom! As his figure dashed across the air towards the rock within the dark hole, pieces of rocks were blasted apart from the intensity of his jump. No, you shall become my sacrifice today. The rock also voiced out as it sent out waves from its body. Gustav broke through the waves with his intense body speed and threw out an enlarged fist towards the body of the rock. Bam! Gustav's fist slammed into the body of the rock, sending it hurling backward as it fell deeper into the dark hole. Swish-a-shush-a-shus. The rock rotated rapidly as it descended. What? Did this kid become more powerful since the last time I saw him? The rock wondered after seeing Gustav break through the waves he sent out and land a hit on its body. It wasn't damaged by Gustav's intense punch. However, he could feel that there was a difference in strength between now and the last time. Gustav didn't waste time before extending his arm and pulling himself to the left side of the whole wall. He instantly jumped out the moment his legs made contact with the wall. Gustav's body traveled across the air in a diagonal format towards the right side of the hole. Thump! Swing! 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 Swaying! He started leaping from side to side in a zigzag format as they descended, trying to catch up to the rapidly spinning rock. Swoon! Gustav jumped out again after descending to a particular depth and threw out his leg. His body traveled towards the rock with speed. Did you think I would be left defenseless just because I cannot access my puppets? The rock voiced out as it suddenly stopped spinning and stared at the approaching Gustav. Chapter 268. Did you think I would be left defenseless just because I cannot access my puppets? The rock voiced out as it suddenly stopped spinning and stared at the approaching Gustav. Gustav's outstretched leg was only a few feet away from making contact with the rock when its purplish, glowing eyes shot out a ripple of milky-colored waves. I may not be able to control your mind, but I can still do this. Mind rip. The rock voiced out like the ripples spread from his position to the surroundings. Huh. The instant Gustav was hit with these waves, a loud screech reverberated inside his mind. SSSKKKYYYRRHHHHCCHHH. Ugh. Gustav held his head as his brain was hit with intense sound waves. It felt so painful that his skull felt like it was about to crack open. My mental state is supposed to be protected, so why? Gustav wondered as he held his head from the pain. Bam! The rock slammed its body into Gustav, sending him flying backward. Bang! Gustav slammed back into the wall he jumped out from, creating a man-sized hole with his body. Gustav slowly climbed out of the hole with a rough look and reddened eyes. He stared at the rock, which was about 100 feet below, with a slightly wary look. Just like the rock said earlier, he had truly told E and Falco's alter ego to make sure they stopped the participants that were being mind-controlled from coming here. Gustav couldn't handle battling with the rock and also dealing with the numerous amounts of participants under its control at the same time. Falco's alter ego also wanted to be a part of the battle with the rock. However, Gustav turned the idea down, saying how only he would be able to handle the mental attacks of the rock. Another problem will be added to the table if Falco's alter ego ended up being under the control of the rock and joined it to battle Gustav. This was why he decided to battle the rock alone. Now that even he was being affected by the mental attacks of the rock, He couldn't imagine how much worse it would have been if one of them were to have joined him. You must be wondering how this is possible. Even if you knew, there is nothing you can do about it. Accept your fate and become the sacrifice for my free. Before the rock could complete its statement, Gustav suddenly dashed out again. Combination has been activated. Sprint plus dash swoosh. The rock only saw a blur before Gustav appeared in front of it with two massive hands covered in red skin and black scales, knuckles covered in icicle-like rock fragments, and an entire arm coated in silver-like energy. Too fast. Did he increase in strength again? The rock wondered as Gustav appeared in front of him like a phantom. Gustav had made use of size manipulation to increase his arm size. You talk too much, Gustav said with a cold look as his massive muscular arm descended with speed and slammed into the head of the rock. Boom! It was like an explosion went off as the rock was sent tumbling further downwards once again. Swee-eye! It repeatedly spun while spiraling downwards. Gustav conjured massive icicle-like spears from his body and started flinging them out as he descended. Thump! 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 They slammed into the walls on the right and left, drilling into them. Gustav landed on the one on the left side and used it to leap towards the one on the right side below. Tush! 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 Gustav leaped in a zigzag format downwards, making use of the icicle-like spears he drilled into the walls of the hole. In no time, Gustav was closing in on the spiraling rock again. Tush! He leaped out once again before the rock could balance itself and landed another massive punch on it. Bang! Gustav placed his hand by his side, causing his body to descend faster again, and started closing in on the rock that was still spiraling downwards. Bang! 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 Gustav kept landing hits on it, causing it to descend further into the hole. At this point, Gustav had no idea how low they had descended, but he wasn't bothered about that. He never stopped raining down punches on the rock as they descended. It was as if he could fly with the way they kept falling. He knew very well that hitting the ground at this moment would cause immense damage for him. The rock kept spinning due to the force behind the hit, which affected its senses, preventing it from attack Gustav. However, even with the heavy punches Gustav had been throwing it, there was hardly any effect on its rocky body. Nevertheless, Gustav kept pummeling it with punches and explosive attacks while thinking of properly dealing with the situation. Gustav hadn't expected the rock to be nearly indestructible, so this was something he didn't plan for. Right now, his body was in autopilot mode as he kept attacking while his mind was bringing up tons of schemes, plots, and methods to get rid of the rock. There it is, the mark, Gustav said internally as he noticed a hashtag mark on the stem of a small branch thousands of feet on the left wall of the hole. The mark was barely noticeable, but with Gustav's perception, he was able to notice it the instant it entered into his range. Gustav gave the rock one last punch, making use of the force to catapult himself towards the right side of the hole, which he and the falling rock were formerly closer to when falling. KRRHHKKKK. He created another icicle-like spear and stabbed it into the right wall of the hole. Grua! Rock fragments flew in all directions as the icicle-like spear pierced into the wall and kept sliding down for a few more feet before coming to a stop. Boom! The rock slammed into the ground below, creating a cloud of dust and debris. Gustav hanged from the icicle-like spear. He stabbed into the wall and stared at the ground below that was only 6 feet away from his legs. Chapter 269. That was close, he said internally before letting go of the spear. Blam! Gustav landed on the ground. They had reached the bottom of the massive hole. Although Gustav couldn't tell the exact number of feet they descended before getting here, he estimated it was over 20,000. The underground ruins were already in death. Now they were reaching a deeper spot within the already deep Kaskia ruins. Gustav could already feel that the temperature here was higher and there was only a little oxygen. He took a step forward and stopped. Huh. He looked down after noticing that the ground felt weird. God eyes have been activated. Gustav's sight suddenly regained color as he activated God eyes at the bottom of the dark hole. Gustav had only been making use of perception all this time, so he couldn't really see his environment. He could only sense it. He decided not to activate God eyes while they were descending to save energy, but now he decided to activate it because of how weird the texture of the ground felt. Why does this look like a shell? Gustav wondered. The part of the ground he was stepping on was dark green, and parts of it looked similar to a mosaic. It was looking like a tortoise shell with another color, and it covered a radius of 600 feet. The stone had fallen to the ground about 1,000 feet away, so it wasn't in the range. Gustav would have studied it more, but the current situation didn't give him the time for that. As the dust settled, a small crater could be seen in the middle of the ground. The walls of the hole served as a barricade, creating a space that covered 10,000 feet within. Gustav dashed forward again the moment he noticed the rock. However, the rock seemed to have stabilized itself now. Shein. It sent out a silver-like wave from its being. Gustav leaped upwards, trying to dodge the ripple of waves. However, when his body was only 10 feet away, the same screech as before reverberated inside his head. SSSKKKYYYRRHHHHCCHHH. Gustav held his head in pain as his body descended from the air. The rock sent out another wave, this time purplish in color. Bam! It slammed into Gustav, sending him flying backward. Gustav slammed his head into the shell-like area he landed on previously. A trail of blood flowed down his head as he struggled to get on his feet. You still don't know, do you? The rock voiced out while slowly floating towards Gustav. Gustav stood up and stared at the rock with a fierce look while cleaning the bead of blood rolling down the side of his head. You brought me right back to where it all started. The rock added, Huh. Gustav was confused by its words when the shell-like area he was standing on suddenly lit up. True in. Outlines of purplish, glowing arrows appeared all over the edges of the shell-like area, encircling Gustav. The entire space on the ground within the hole was lit up. The shell-like area seemed to resonate with the rock. The runic patterns on the rock started to change color as it moved closer to the shell-like area, from golden color to silver and from silver to white. Currently, it was slowly turning to a blood-red color. Swish! Gustav dashed forward after sensing how off this area was. However, the instant he got to the edge of a shell-like area, he collided with a barrier that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Bam! He got blasted backward due to that. The barrier became invisible once again after he was blasted backward. Thank you for spilling that drop of blood where I wanted it. The rock voiced out as it approached the edge of the shell-like area. Gustav stared at the ground and noticed that his blood really did drop onto the shell-like area, and now it was floating a few inches above the ground in the middle of the shell-like area. Now, the sacrifice can begin. The rock laughed lightly as it spoke with a tone of victory. Gustav squinted his eyes upon hearing that and dashed forward. Bam! He was sent flying backward again by the invisible barrier. This doesn't look good. Even though Gustav knew he was in a kind of dilemma, he was still calm and collected. He thought of a way out while deciding to engage the rock in a conversation. What sacrifice? Gustav asked. Haha, do you not know? For me to be free, I need to be bathed in the essence of a powerful, mixed blood. All the others in this hole have proven to be weaker than you are, and I want the highest chance of success, so I choose you. Rejoice. This sacrifice will extract the very essence of your being, which will be absorbed by me, freeing me from my shell. My freedom is at hand. The rock voiced out. That means I'll die after all this is done? Gustav asked again. Of course you'll die. You will become an empty vessel without your essence. So typically you will be dead. The rock answered. Oh, I see. Gustav nodded while holding his chin. Why does this kid still look so calm? Other kids his age will be freaking out by now. The rock was somehow concerned about Gustav's calmness. So, you mentioned that I brought you back to where it all began. What did you mean by that? Gustav asked with a look of curiosity. See, if you're planning anything, it won't work. You can never escape from that entrapment, the rock voiced out with a tone of suspicion. Since I can't escape and will end up eventually dying, why don't you just tell me about it? At least I can die with closure. It won't be bad to understand some things since I have gonna die, Gustav stated. For someone who is about to die, he seems awfully calm, the rock thought, but then he also saw meaning in Gustav's words. I will start from how I ended up here, the rock voiced out. I am a Vindruella species from the northern star galaxy. Chapter 270. I will start from how I ended up here, the rock voiced out. I am a Vindruella species from the northern star galaxy. The rock started explaining. Gustav already knew this, since the system always notified him of alien life forms he came into contact with. My planet was conquered by Earthlings years back, and I happened to be among the rebellion squad that was formed to fight back. It was a losing war between the Earthlings and the Vindruella rebellion force. The forces from Earth were powerful beyond what we could handle, and eventually we were all captured and sent to different prisons across the Earth based on our strength. I was sent here with 4 of my kinsmen, but now I am the only one left. The tone of the rock became a bit low at this point. During our years of rebellion, we had tried invading Earth also, and even successfully launched assaults. The moment we arrived on Earth, we were recognized by other mixed-blood inmates, and coincidentally some of them had lost families in some of our assaults. We were ostracized, but that wasn't all. Day in, day out, they would bully me and my kinsmen. One day they decided to kill us, since they were getting sick of breathing the same air as we. The rock looked up as it got to this point. We were brought to the top of this hole and kicked in. I and my kinsmen were left to rot within this hole, without food, water, or light. We tried leaving here through different methods, but it was of no use. One by one, my kinsmen began to die of hunger, until I was the only one left. I and my kinsmen initially dug different spots with our hands out of desperation, one of which happens to be that spot you currently stand on. After all my kinsmen were gone, I was also on the verge of death. I crawled to the spot you currently stand on and was on my last breath when I started hearing a voice inside my head. At first, I had thought I was hallucinating due to being on the verge of death. However, the voice became clearer and clearer. Do you want power? Do you want power? Do you want power? Do you want to live? The rock stared at the spot Gustav was standing on as it spoke. Being on the verge of death, I said yes, although I expected nothing. Suddenly, the entire place glowed up, and I sensed waves of energy gathering around me. Those waves of energy created a cocoon that engaged me within, which eventually transformed into the shell that I currently inhabit. When the rock got to this point, he understood a bit. So that isn't a rock. It's actually a shell, and the real him is within. Energy flowed into my being as my body inhabited the shell, putting me into a state of deep slumber for years. During those years, while I was in a state of sleep, my body changed. The voice gave me information, and I found out that it was the sentience of an immensely powerful energy crystal buried underneath. It told me of how the Earthlings tried harvesting it upon figuring out that it was very powerful. However, to save itself from the greedy Earthlings, it trapped itself further underground and built an impenetrable shell around itself. The more the Earthlings dug, the more it went deeper to hide itself. It only revealed itself after seeing I and my kinsmen on the brink of death. Unfortunately, it could only save me. The sentience of the energy crystally have returned back to being a fetus within this shell and to break free. You are the sacrifice needed for me to survive the hatching process. If I hatch in this state, my life will be lost. The rock voiced out with a profound tone. You see, the sentience of the energy crystal harbors hatred for the earthlings just as much as I do. This was why it lent me its power. The moment I am free, the earth shall know chaos. Listening up to this point, a lot of missing pieces had been filled up in Gustav's mind. He now understood a lot of things. There's a powerful energy crystal beneath me, but the fact that the system hasn't detected it yet means it's able to hide from even the senses of the system. Gustav was surprised at this fact since he already saw the system as a godly creation. Hey, system, you truly can't sense anything? Gustav asked internally with a slightly mocking tone. Gustav saw this appear in his line of sight and chuckled. I guess you're not as great as I thought. What's so funny? Have you lost your mind from the fear of death? The rock asked as it floated few inches in front of the barrier, holding Gustav back. Hee, nothing. I'm just laughing at someone's incompetence, Gustav said with a burst of light laughter. Humph. Who are you calling incompetent? Do you think you will be able to escape from here today? We shall see, the rock voiced out before floating higher, flying above the platform Gustav was currently standing on. Gustav also tried jumping upwards, but he would slam into the barrier again when he reached a particular height, which proved that he was trapped in a box format. The rock hovered a few inches above the barrier at the top. Gustav looked up and asked the system, still can't sense it? The shell covering up the energy crystal is restricting my senses. The system replied. The ritual will be starting soon. Prepare yourself, the rock voiced out. I just need to find a kind of opening. Gustav stared at the ground again and tapped his feet on it repeatedly. No matter what attack I throw at this thing, I'm sure it won't be damaged in the slightest, Gustav said after analyzing the composition of the shell-like area with both his leg and god eyes. Chapter 271. God eyes couldn't see through, but it showed him just how sturdy it was. What if it lets out energy? Will your senses be able to penetrate? Gustav asked the system. If it lets out more energy than it already has, my senses will be able to infiltrate, and you'll be presented with the option of absorbing the energy. The system responded to Gustav. All right, prepare yourself for the moment the ritual starts. It'll try to delay my death for as long as possible while you handle the issue of absorption. Gustav squinted his eyes as he planned with the system internally. And do make it quick. I don't know what your goal is, but I'm sure you wouldn't like this to be the end of me. Gustav smirked after saying internally. Now it starts. The rock voiced out as the platform suddenly turned brighter. The blood-red runic patterns on the rock's body glowed even more with a shade of sinister dark, dyeing the entire area with an aura of despair. A wave of crimson energy flowed out of the shell-like area beneath Gustav towards the rock above. Gustav suddenly felt his energy getting sapped. Ugh, gravitational displacement has been activated. Gustav instantly barricaded himself with walls of compressed space that prevented the waves from making contact with him. High-energy crystal has been detected. Calculating grade. Grade unknown. Does host wish to absorb energy into the system? Yes/no. Gustav saw the system notification and smiled. Finally, he groaned while struggling to keep gravitational displacement activated since the blood, like waves flowing out of the platform below, were smashing into the gravitational barricade repeatedly. How long would this take? Gustav asked internally. Due to the immense energy I am sensing, it would take at least 30 minutes to absorb completely. The system replied. What? 30 minutes? I don't have 30 minutes. Gustav responded while groaning as he struggled to keep gravitational displacement activated. That is just an estimate. It might take even longer. The system replied again. Other absorptions never took longer than 3 minutes. but according to the system, this particular one would take 30 minutes or longer. Gustav knew that this meant the energy was really massive, but he didn't know whether to rejoice or be sorrowful because he might not live long enough for everything to be absorbed completely. What then would be the point of all this? How long do you think you can keep that barrier up? Give in to your fate. The rock shouted out as it stared at Gustav from above, barricading himself within the gravitational force. Due to this, the ritual was being delayed, but the rock was not worried because it knew that Gustav would run out of energy sooner or later. Hey, system, I'll join you in absorbing the energy to make it faster. You take a portion of it, and I'll take the other portion. When you absorb enough for an upgrade, leave the rest at me, Gustav suggested internally. You do know that your body will never be able to hold such amount of energy without exploding from the inside out, the system warned. I know. I have a plan, Gustav said internally. Ow. All right. Gustav conjured the biggest spherical orb he had ever created, which was almost as large as himself. He made some hand signs, and the energy from the platform started being sucked into the sphere. Gustav wasn't done yet. He conjured up 3 more and sent them towards the 4 corners of the platform. Gustav's breathing was already becoming rapid at this point. To conjure such large spherical energy and gravitational orbs made him spend a lot of energy. The rock stared at his actions from above with a suspicious look. The energy crystal just gave me a piece of information, the rock voiced out. Stop wasting your time. Its energy is almost infinite. The rock seemed to have figured out what was going on already. Almost infinite. Well, it's not infinite, is it? And there's no such thing as almost infinite. It's either it is or it's not. Gustav smirked after he finished voicing out. Let's see if you can absorb its energy completely before your death. Increase. The rock voiced out. Vryin. The blood-red energy waves coming from the platform below suddenly increased immensely. GRRRH. Gustav groaned as he struggled to keep gravitational displacement activated. The energy waves were slamming into the gravitational barrier he created with intensity. At this rate, I might not be able to keep this up for too long. System, how far have you gone with the absorption? Gustav asked internally as his forehead creased. Only 2% has been absorbed so far, the system replied. What the? Gustav exclaimed. You have to keep that gravitational barrier active if you want to remain alive. Gustav gritted his teeth and kept it up. His stamina, as well as his energy, were depleting at an insane rate, but this was the only way to go about it. The waves kept pouring out, and the rock above kept shouting for it to increase in intensity. Droplets of sweats were already starting to drop from Gustav's face as the gravitational barrier surrounding him decreased in size as time passed. Ugh. How far have we gone? I don't think I can hold this for much longer. Still around 80% more to absorb, the system responded. Gustav's eyebrows creased in frustration upon seeing the response. I have to try something else. This won't work. Gustav's arms were already trembling at this point. Just give up. ITS futile, the rock voiced out. Whatever energy you absorb from the crystal will become mine when I bath Indiana your essence. Stop wasting your time as well as mine by resisting. Increase. The rock was also getting impatient because since the start it hadn't absorbed anything from Gustav due to the barrier surrounding him. However, it wasn't worried. Gustav's arms trembled intensely as the waves increased yet again, pushing his own gravitational barrier back to him. Gustav's body was now being sandwiched in between. He quickly called back one of the spherical orbs and pulled out the energy it had absorbed before leaping upwards. A huge amount of energy gathered around Gustav's fist, which had transformed again as he threw it at the barrier above. Boom! An explosion went off as his fist slammed into the barrier. However, even with that amount of force, only a finger-sized hole could be seen in the barrier. Gustav detonated the energy he had gathered so far, trying to increase the hole. Boom! 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 A loud blast went off in the scale, like area, causing a wave of blue energy to spread out. The ground and the surroundings vibrated with intensity, and cracks appeared all over. The explosion Gustav triggered had pushed away the blood-red waves coming from the podium below for a few seconds. Gustav used that chance to leap upwards again and pushed his fingers into the small holes created from the blast. He pulled with all his might, trying to increase the hole. The rock above was a bit disoriented at first when the explosion went off, but the moment it regained its senses back, it noticed Gustav below, trying to forcefully increase the gap in the barrier. Increase! It shouted out. For Rumon. Gustav's eyes widened as he looked below him and noticed a massive amount of blood-red waves headed for him. Arfurg! Chapter 272. For Rumon. Gustav's eyes widened as he looked below him and noticed a massive amount of blood-red waves headed for him. Arfurg! Gustav screamed out as he made use of his last vestiges of energy to surround himself with a gravitational barrier again, but in a few seconds, KRRRYYYCH, like a balloon, the gravitational barrier was pierced through, and Gustav was consumed by the blood-red waves coming from below. Gustav felt his strength being sapped from him at an insanely fast speed. This wasn't just his energy. He also felt like he was losing everything within as he fell to his knees weakly. His body trembled furiously as he tried moving, but it was of no use. All he could hear within the blood-red waves that blinded his entire view was the elated laughter of the rock being, "Yes, yes, yes, you're even more amazing than I expected. Yes, give everything to me." The rock kept shouting out as streams of yellowish energy floated into it from below. The energy was phasing out of the barrier, and it was coming from Gustav. Ha ha ha! I shall not only be free, but become powerful enough to make the earthlings pay. Yes, my freedom is at hand. The rock voiced out again as little cracks began to appear on the rock. Gustav groaned in pain as his face began to lose color and his body size began to slim down. Far above the hole, a young man with yellow braided long hair and chestnut-colored eyes stared at the hole. The kid is in trouble. I should act now since the situation is already beyond what their power level is capable of handling, he muttered with a low tone as he prepared to jump in. Still, in the next moment he noticed something. Swish! A trail of wind created a line across the ground on the other side. In the next moment, a silver-colored afterimage covered within massive ore-like energy could be seen bolting down the walls. In a few, the afterimage of the silver silhouette had disappeared deep into the hole. I will hold on for now to see how this goes, the man muttered as he squatted and peered into the darkness of the hole. How much longer? Gustav asked internally as his legs trembled within the waves of blood-red energy. About 70% left to absorb. 2% more will be enough for an upgrade, the system replied. When you acquire enough for an upgrade, keep absorbing its energy and transfer it to me, Gustav proposed with a groan. The system was able to absorb energy faster than gravitational energy container could, which was why Gustav proposed this. Your body will explode to pieces because it can't contain more than 2% of the crystal's energy. How do you intend on containing the rest of the 65%? The system asked. Just do it. Gustav screamed internally. All right. 1. 9% left. 1. 85% left. 1. 8% left. The system started counting down as Gustav struggled to hold on. Gustav would have asked the system to start transferring the energy now. However, the system couldn't stop absorbing energy into itself after the process had started, unless the energy source ran dry or it gathered enough for an upgrade. With every passing moment, Gustav's body shrunk more and more. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. I have never felt so alive. I can feel your emotions towards Earthlings. The rock voiced out as more cracks continued to appear on it. You also bear resentment towards them, and why is this? The rock purplish glowing eyes squinted as Gustav's memories flowed into its mind. The constant bullying and being ostracized due to having a low, graded bloodline. I see now. You and I are not so different after all, the rock said to Gustav, who had currently shrunk in width. He was almost back to being as slim as he used to be before he got the system. Don't worry, I shall take revenge for you too. I shall drive the living creatures to extinction, the rock voiced out with a tone of righteousness. Re-N-O-T the same. Gustav struggled to get up as he spoke. 1% left. I will not sacrifice another to gain power. 0. 95% left. And I certainly will not include people that had nothing to do with my suffering when concocting plans of evil. Gustav's legs wobbled as he stood up. 0. 90% left. His legs and arms had slimmed down so much that he could be mistaken for a toothpick. Gustav raised his trembling arms up and pointed at the rock. You are just a sick and weak piece of crap, incapable of looking out for another means to gain power. Also, after gaining power, you will still end up using it for the wrong purpose and eventually meet your end after not achieving anything. After saying that, Gustav gave a thumbs down as his trembling arms lowered, and he fell to his knees once again. 0. 70% left. His eyes were already blurry, and his head was ringing so loud that he couldn't even see the system notification anymore. Oh, but you will meet your end before I do, the rock voiced out with a slightly anguished tone. Increase. It voiced out again. Fruowayuum. The blood-red waves increased in capacity. I see A and T hold on anymore, Gustav said internally as everything in his line of sight turned blank and his figure started falling to the ground. Hold on, we're almost there, 0. 20% left. If Gustav's sight was still functioning, he would have seen the system calling out to him. However, at the moment, he had lost every bit of energy left in his body and was falling to the ground like a piece of clothing, swaying with the waves. The cracks on the rock had already covered almost every part of its being. So this is how it ends? Gustav chuckled slightly as his body descended. It was really good while it lasted, as Gustav was about to fall unconscious when he heard a loud scream, "Gustav!" It was a feminine voice that sounded quite familiar to him. Chapter 273. Angie? The picture of a cute and innocent-looking girl with silver and pink-colored hair appeared in his mind, and along with it came the sound of a loud explosion that rocked the entire vicinity. A moment ago, a fast-moving, silver-colored silhouette was running down the walls of the hole, approaching the bottom with intense speed. It was none other than Angie. As she closed in on the bottom, she instantly spotted the rock floating above a scale-like platform filled with red waves. But then she also noticed someone within the reddish waves, someone who was barely recognizable at the moment, but she still instantly figured out who he was. Gustav! Her heart felt like it was being pricked by a million needles as she noticed his state. She dashed with unimaginable speed towards the rock with an immense amount of milky energy waves covering her figure. Tovoos cham. It was like space was being split open as Angie arrived in front of the rock almost in an instant. The rock had only managed to notice her presence when she was 2 feet in front of it due to her speed. Still, even at that, there was nothing it could do to counter her as the milky waves of energy surrounding her got released. Thurwai. Boom. The waves spread out into the surroundings, carry a heavy amount of destructive force with them. Bang. It slammed into the rock and sent it flying backward by many meters till it slammed into the wall behind. A hole was created in the wall along with cracks surrounding it as the rock got buried more than 12 feet in. The vicinity kept vibrating for several seconds as the waves spread into the surroundings, causing havoc. After it disappeared, the ground surrounding the podium where Gustav was trapped had been leveled even more. But even with all that, the barrier surrounding Gustav was still standing. However, it was a little affected. "Gustav!" Angie shouted out as she repeatedly ran back and forth, raining punches on the barrier. It was futile, because even with the little damage she had caused earlier, the energy from the crystal was still enough to reinforce the barrier and repair it. It looked like Angie hadn't really helped the situation, but she actually did. The moment the rock was blasted away from the top of the barrier, the sacrificial process was paused due to Gustav's essence not having a receiver. The essence that hadn't been passed to the rock went back into Gustav's body, giving him a little bit of energy. Twitch, twitch. Gustav's fingers twitched as his eyes opened up. He had regained consciousness. The red waves in the barrier were dormant at the moment, so he wasn't being sapped. 0.1% left. The instant Gustav opened his eyes, he noticed the system absorption status. System has absorbed enough energy for the next upgrade. Absorption of the crystal energy will continue, but now it will be directly received into your body. Are you ready? The system asked Gustav, who just stood up from the ground. His eyesight was still a bit blurry, but he could understand the words in his line of sight even though they weren't very clear. He could see Angie pounding onto the barrier repeatedly with speed, trying to break through. Zwinin! The rock also furiously shot out of the wall and started flying back towards the barrier. Gustav gestured to Angie to move away from the barrier. The moment Angie saw his gestures, she understood and quickly dashed forward to engage the rock. Gustav raised his arm and stared at it. He looked extremely shrill at the moment, like a live walking skeleton. Smirk. Even with the sunken cheekbones and eyes, he still smirked. I guess this wasn't the end. His eyes suddenly lit up with determination as he voiced out, "Do it! Crystal energy will now be absorbed into host. Push!" The reddish waves oozing out of the podium suddenly dispersed as Gustav being started sucking in rays of green light. His figure glowed as his body absorbed the energy of the crystal with speed. Gustav felt energy rushing into his being, making him feel like he could do anything. The system is way faster at absorbing energy than I am. Even when Gustav was absorbing energy with 4 spherical orbs, it took several minutes for him to absorb the amount of energy the system was absorbing in milliseconds. Angie was busy engaging the rock, stopping it from getting closer to the scale-like area. The rock would hit her with mind-disturbing waves repeatedly, but she would still forcefully and stubbornly disregard the pain before dashing towards it again. Due to the disruption of the ritual, the rock powers had been slightly affected. However, its mind attacks were still as powerful as ever. Angie was already bleeding from her nose and eyes. However, she still stubbornly rammed into the rock head-on, disregarding its mind attacks. Crazy girl. It is all futile. He will meet his end today. Even when the rock shouted out, it all fell on deaf ears. Angie still attacked it furiously. The rock was getting impatient because the sentience of the crystal kept warning him to get back immediately to continue the ritual. But Angie was making that difficult for him. In a few seconds, Gustav could already feel his body on the verge of exploding as his veins protruded from his skin due to the immense energy filling them up. Compress, Gustav said internally as he made use of his gravitational energy container bloodline. He compressed the energy inside his body repeatedly as he absorbed energy, stopping his body from exploding. His body was still very thin, even with the amount of energy he had absorbed due to his essence, which had been sapped. Filling his body with just energy wouldn't be enough to recover the essence he had lost. Nevertheless, Gustav kept absorbing energy and compressing them into his body. At the rate at which this is going, your body will shut down the moment you make use of that energy, the system warned, but Gustav ignored it. Compress, he compressed the energy absorbed again and kept absorbing more. His skin at the moment was like a light bulb. It was glowing, and pellets of his skin began to peel off, flying, scattering around, and turning into light particles. Compress. Gustav once again compressed energy as he brought his palms together and closed his eyes. Energy discharge has been activated. The surroundings started vibrating as Gustav's figure caused the gravity around him to twist and turn. Release. Gustav suddenly opened his eyes that were brimming with immense energy. Boom! The compressed energy Gustav had been storing blasted out of his body. Bang! The barrier surrounding him was instantly blasted into smithereens, and waves continuously spread across the surroundings, afterwards slamming into Angie and the rock battling in the distance. Whoa-ho-hush! Harsh winds blew across the place, causing small tremors. Step! 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 The heavy sounds of footsteps could be heard as Gustav's figure phased out of the waves of energy that slowly started to die down. Gather! Gustav voiced out as he raised his right fist. Truion! The energy from the crystal began to gather in his right hand as it slowly transformed into a large fist glowing with crazy green light. The rock pulled itself out of the hole in the wall that was created from its body slamming into it, but the moment it did that, Fuish! Gustav had already arrived in front of it with an outstretched fist. It is not time for me to meet my end yet, so you can go ahead before me, Gustav voiced out as his fist slammed into the rock. Crack! A loud crack resounded in the vicinity after the collision as Gustav's fist penetrated through the rock, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! Chapter 274. A loud crack resounded in the vicinity after the collision. Gustav's fist penetrated through the rock, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! Gustav had transferred the rest of the energy he absorbed to his fist, so the moment it penetrated the rock-like shell, he detonated the energy. The rock blasted to pieces from within, and a puddle of thick, yellowish substance flew out from within. The blast affected the rock and the wall behind, causing a wide hole that was more than 20 feet deep to appear on it. VRRR. The wall vibrated with intensity as cracks spread all across it, and rocks began to fall to the bottom of the hole. Green light engulfed the entire hole, shining a blinding brightness all across the place. The eyes of the unknown man watching from above widened in surprise as the tremors reached all the way up, making where he was also standing on vibrate. A few minutes back, Angie and Maltida were on the path that led to the previous location of the rock and noticed the massive number of participants headed there. They ignored Maltida and Angie totally and focused on heading to that particular place. Angie and Maltida were unable to tell how many participants were headed there, but they estimated the number to be over 300. Angie lifted Maltida and sped towards the place quickly, arriving on the path that led there in a few seconds. Bang! 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 Sounds of battle were heard from up ahead, along with a crowd of participants in their line of sight. The entire place was clogged up with participants, and there was hardly any space to move forward. 2 participants were battling this crowd of participants and preventing them from going further. The one with black and white hair along with black tattoos all over his face and body moved as fast as a phantom, knocking several participants out before they had the chance to attack. The other, with a bushy afro hair and handsome dark look, would conjure several vortexes at the same time and send them towards the body of the participants being flung in midair. The participants would disappear upon entering the vortexes. He would also conjure a huge vortex and send it to the area where attacks were being sent out. Those attacks would be transported to the back of the attackers, knocking them out. The crowd of participants was hardly any match for these 2. However, even though these 2 were handling the participants right now, it was obvious that they were being worn out due to high numbers. Sweats could be seen on their foreheads as they ran about the place using their power repeatedly. Angie cleared up a path with her speed as she dashed towards the front while carrying Maltida. Up ahead, thought she was another mind-controlled participant and moved out to attack her when Falco's alter ego stopped him. She's an ally of this dweeb, Falco's alter ego said after stopping. Hey, Maltida, let's assist them, Angie voiced out after dropping Maltida. Swish! Angie dashed out towards the participants with Maltida, who transformed into her liquid silver form. They started helping out in dealing with the mind-controlled participants. Where's Gustav? Angie asked while bringing some knocked-out participants towards he's dealing with that rock creature. He tasked us with preventing the participants under its mind-controlled from going beyond this point. He didn't want to be disturbed while handling it. He explained while conjuring and sending out vortexes one after the other. I never thought I'd ask for help. Angie knew Gustav liked to do things on his own, so this came as a kind of surprise to her. But after thinking about it, she understood that the opponent wasn't the run-of-the-mill kind of opponent. They weren't battling with unintelligent mixed breed this time. Wait, does he know about the sacrifice? Angie asked. What sacrifice? Voiced out with a look of confusion. Angie's eyes widened as she realized that Gustav was battling with the rock being without being aware of its intention to turn him into a sacrifice. Where are they? Angie asked. He said he didn't want to be distracted while handling the rock creature, and I should stop anyone from getting to their battle site. Anyone. So, I can't give you that information. Turned down her request as he threw his fist into one of the vortexes he conjured, which ended up slamming into the jaw of a participant 100 feet away. Tell me where he is. If he doesn't know this, there's a high chance that he would be caught off guard, Angie said with a pleading expression. You won't be able to handle the mind attacks of the rock being. According to Gustav, anyone that comes there with the intention of helping him out will only worsen the situation when they fall to its mind control. He was adamant about giving in to Angie due to Gustav's instructions. I'll manage. You can see how quick I am. His life is in danger, Angie said with a look of urgency. He finally decided to give in after thinking about it. Gustav and the rock being had been gone for more than an hour, and there was no sign of the participants being released from the mind control, which meant he was still battling with the rock. He opened a vortex for Angie. They are within the hole. They should be battling at the bottom now. Be careful. Angie nodded and told Maltida to keep assisting them with the participants till she was back. After entering the vortex, Angie found herself a few hundred feet away from the wide hole. Didn't Maltida mention something about a hole she saw when she was still under the rock being's mind control? Angie recalled this and stared at the hole in the front with a look of suspicion. She suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, and another horn started growing out of her forehead as she dashed forward at full speed. This previous scenario was what led to the current beneath the hole. Chapter 275. Boom! Crumble! 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 Rocks were still sliding downwards across the cracked walls at the bottom of the hole. A puddle of thick yellowish substance could be seen within the hole on the wall created from the energy blast. The yellowish substance had splattered all across the place, but few feet in front of Gustav was the biggest part. It was wriggling continuously, trying to form a shape. SSHHRRKKYYHHH. Shrill shrieks could be heard from the puddle of thick yellowish substance over and over again. Gustav stared at the yellowish puddle with a cold expression. You are filth inside out, he voiced out before turning around. Angie, who was blasted back earlier, had gotten back up on her feet. Tears could be seen in her eyes as she walked towards Gustav. Gustav was still looking shrill and thin. He looked as if a gust of wind would be able to knock him down. Gustav's skin was still glowing, but it was slowly dimming. Glowing pellets continued to fall from his skin, turning into light particles few moments after floating in the air. Angie walked till she was only a few feet away from Gustav. A wry smile appeared on Gustav's face before. Plop! He fell to the ground weakly. Gustav! Angie shouted out in fear and dashed towards him. Swisush! She grabbed hold of him before he fell to the ground completely and placed his head on her lap. What's happening? She could see Gustav's skin molting more and more and disintegrating into light particles. Gustav raised his right hand and stared at it. Now that the system was no longer absorbing the leftover energy of the crystal into him, he felt extremely weak. Part of your essence that was taken included your regeneration. Due to the immense amount of energy your body absorbed, it is shutting down. Unless you get it back, you will die in a few seconds, the system announced. Oh, so that's why. Gustav laughed weakly as he stared at it, and I thought, I guess this is going to be it. Angie was still screaming her lungs out and rubbing Gustav's face with tears in her eyes. What do I do? What's happening to you? She shouted out, I'm dying. Gustav muttered weakly while coughing. Dying? Why? How? What can I do? Angie asked frantically with a look of urgency. She already sensed this as she saw Gustav's body slowly reducing. You can't do anything, Gustav answered bluntly. Tears seeped out of Angie's eyes even more as she heard this. She wasn't willing to accept this. Sniff, sniff. There must be something I can do, Angie said with a teary face. There's just something you can do, Gustav said while coughing. Stop being so heroic all the time and think about your well-being sometimes. It's okay to be selfish, Gustav said while raising his hand and cleaning the tears on her cheek. It's okay to love helping others, but love yourself more because, in the end, it's everyone for themselves. This world doesn't deserve your love, neither do they deserve your kindness. If you're protecting them, do it on your own terms, as Gustav advised her. More tears began to fall from her eyes onto his face. She couldn't help but think, this is all my fault. She remembered that Gustav saving her got him into the situation. She felt if she had been selfish enough to let go of the teammate that got missing, Gustav wouldn't have been tangled in the event that led to this moment. Can I be selfish now? Angie asked as she placed her hand on Gustav's chin. What do you mean? Gustav asked. But instead of a reply, what he got was Angie bringing her face down to the front of his. Her face was only a few inches from his, and she stared into his eyes with an expression of desire. Is she? Gustav's eyes widened as he stared at hers. She can't be thinking of doing that, can she? As these thoughts appeared in Gustav's mind, his heart rate went up. This was the first time in almost 7 months that his heart was beating this fast. Even when he was excited about something, it never beat this fast. She kept moving her face closer to his as she closed her eyes, just when her lips were only a few millimeters away from his. A loud sound was heard behind them. Bang! Angie immediately opened her eyes and turned her face around to check what was happening. Grady or Xanatus? She voiced out with a look of surprise as she saw the yellow, braided-haired man walking towards them. You guys can do that later, Grady or Xanatus voiced out as he walked towards the wall area that had a huge hole in it. Angie's face instantly turned beet red as she raised her face back up and coughed twice. What are you doing here? Gustav asked with a confused look. Grady or Xanatus was currently putting on a prisoner's outfit as he stood in front of the wall. There's no time to explain, Grady or Xanatus said as he reached out for the yellowish puddle. Through Throyan, the yellowish puddle was still wriggling, and parts of it were still splattered across the place. But when Grady or Xanatus reached out for it, every single drop joined together and flew towards him. Grady or Xanatus' eyes glowed blue as he created a circular-shaped barrier around it and snapped his fingers. Pa! The circular-shaped barrier instantly shrank completely with the puddle within it and transformed into something else. A small glowing red light. Grady or Xanatus walked back towards Gustav with the red light floating above his palm and squatted. Your essence should still be within. I have compressed it, Great Ears Anatus said while placing the small red light in front of Gustav. Consume it, he instructed while moving it towards Gustav's mouth. Gustav opened his mouth, and the red dot flew in. Zuzurhayai. A few moments after consuming it, Gustav's glowing body changed color from white to red and stopped disintegrating. Right before their very eyes, Great Ears Anatus and Angie watched as Gustav's body rapidly began to transform. Chapter 276. Zuzurhayai. A few moments after consuming it, Gustav's glowing body changed color from white to red and stopped disintegrating. Right before their very eyes, Great Ears Anatus and Angie watched as Gustav's body rapidly began to transform. His body increased in size and was rapidly turning back to its original form. His arms, legs, and face regained their initial size and color. In a few seconds, Gustav rose to his feet and raised his arms to check them. Swish! He dashed across the place, testing his speed also. Your essence has been recovered, and your body is currently healing the internal injuries you suffered. The system notified Gustav. Oh, look, you're still talking to me, Gustav said internally with a smirk. Gustav turned to face Great Ears Anatus. Thank you, he voiced out with a look of appreciation. Gustav turned to stare at Angie and voiced out, You too. His smile became wider after saying, You don't have to mention. Angie's face turned redder as she turned to the side to avoid Gustav's eyes while speaking. So, why are you here, Great Ears Anatus, and dressed like that? Gustav asked with a look of suspicion while scrutinizing Great Ears Anatus from head to toe. I'm here on a mission issued out by the superiors, and your mentor included, Great Ears Anatus said while moving towards the podium where Gustav was almost turned into a sacrifice. That prisoner's outfit just ruined the image I have of you. Gustav laughed lightly as he spoke. Even though it had only been 2 weeks, he was already used to seeing Great Ears Anatus in his dignified uniform. Wait, did you just mention my mentor? Gustav realized that in Great Ears Anatus' statement earlier, he mentioned mentor. Miss Amy sent you? Gustav asked. Yes. She specifically recommended me for this observation mission, and the higher-ups agreed. Who knew you were affiliated with the Demon Queen of the MBO? Great Ears Anatus had a surprised expression on his face as he stared at Gustav. Observation? Demon Queen? Gustav voiced out with a confounded look. I have been watching your battle with that rock being, so you don't need to explain the situation to me. I was sent here for the precise purpose of observing the situation within the ruins, since there were places that footage couldn't be transmitted, Great Ears Anatus explained. So he was watching the whole time. That means he saw me using different abilities. Gustav stared at Great Ears Anatus with a suspicious look after realizing this. Great Ears Anatus stared back at him with a smile like he could read his thoughts. Great Ears Anatus went on to explain everything that had gone down in the facility where the higher-ups were gathered. A few minutes ago back up in the previous location of the rock, Falco's alter ego, and Maltida was almost overwhelmed by the number of participants attacking them when the participants lost the purplish glow in their eyes and fell unconscious. After a few seconds, the participants regained consciousness and started rubbing their eyes and holding their heads with a confused expression displayed on their faces. They did it! E voiced out after seeing all the participants regaining consciousness without purplish glowing eyes. They were nearly worn out by the attackers and had all gained injuries from the long 2 hours battle, so they were glad it was over now. Falco regained control of his body functions and went back to normal since his alter ego, too, was worn out. Let's go check on them, Maltida suggested while transforming back to her normal form. E and Falco nodded in agreement, and the three of them turned around to head towards the hole. The rock had initially gained control of over 400 participants in the last 2 days, and now those participants had regained control of their minds with fuzzy memories. They checked themselves and wondered what they spent the last 2 days doing after noticing they had no grandstones in their possession. As their memories returned to them gradually, they had looks of bitterness on their faces after realizing they had been spending the last 2 days as a puppet, gathering grandstones for an unknown entity. There were over 3,000 participants in total that made it to the final stage. Now about 30% of them started looking for grandstones all over again, since the rock being had absorbed everything that was initially in their possession. What they didn't know was that if Gustav, Angie, and the others had not succeeded in taking down the rock being, not only would a great calamity be born, but they would also end up dead. This because the rock planned to discard them the moment it had successfully been reborn. As they regained their memories, they also realized that this day was the last day of the test phase, which meant they had less than 24 hours to gather grandstones before the test phase ended. The participants that were under mind control earlier began to travel to different parts of the ruins with looks of urgency on their faces. They had to make sure they found something since no one wanted their efforts to be wasted after getting to this stage. Back underneath the hole, Great Ears and Adis had finished inspecting the shell-like area where the energy of the crystal was said to be hidden underneath. Falco and Maltida had arrived a while ago using ES Vortex, and Angie was bringing them up to speed on what had happened so far. What, he almost died? Even Falco was surprised since he knew of Gustav's strength. Maltida and E were just as surprised and stared at Gustav, who was currently several feet away, conversing with Great Ears and Adis. Gustav still had an unbothered expression as he spoke with Great Ears and Adis. He didn't even look like someone who was about to die a while ago. The only obvious sign that he was in a battle was his tattered clothes. The space at the bottom of the hole had a radius of over 4,000 feet, but the signs of destruction were visible even with such space. Rocks piled on top of one another in different spots, as well as craters and holes on the walls. As Angie explained the past situation to them, they could picture just how crazy the battle must have been. Chapter 277. So, why isn't it burrowing itself deeper into the ground again? Isn't that what it does when someone is close to discovering it? Great Ears and Adis asked as he inspected the shell-like area. The Vindruella probably used up its energy for the ritual, Gustav answered with a contemplative look. Great Ears and Adis stretched out his hand towards the podium, and a blue glow surrounded it. Looks like you're right. I can hardly sense any energy left, he said while retracting his arms. Gustav smiled internally on hearing that as he stared at the system notification in his line of sight. System upgrade completed, even though the crystal still had a lot of energy left after Gustav and the system absorbed from it. At the moment, everything had almost been absorbed completely. The sentience that the crystal awoke due to its massive energy had also been absorbed. This was why it couldn't burrow itself into the ground anymore, even after sensing Gustav and Great Ears and Ada's presence along with the others. The reason this was that several minutes ago, after Gustav regained his essence back, the system notified him of some things. __________________ quest completed. Defeat the Vindruella. Side quest completed. Survive rewards. Plus 500 000 EXP. All skills level up. Plus 2 all stats. Atomic manipulation level up. Grade C. Plus 20 000 credits. Plus 1 bloodline received. Goal completed. Possess up to a total of 30 bloodlines reward. Host has leveled up. While Gustav was talking to Great Ears and Adis, he was also checking out the system, and he was very much delighted by what he saw, but it didn't show on his face. He disguised well. System is ready to upgrade. Will this take another 2 or 3 days? Gustav asked. If I make use of the crystal energy, I can speed up the upgrade and even store up more energy for the next. All right, make use of the energy crystal. Who knows when next we'll get an opportunity like this? Gustav agreed to the system's decision. Currently, Gradier Zanatus thought the Vindruella was responsible, but he had no idea that the system was actually the culprit. Although he was now aware of Gustav being able to use several abilities, just like Miss Amy, he didn't know about the system. Gradier Zanatus asked Gustav to keep what had happened here a secret in the meantime, and he would explain to the higher-ups what transpired. I'm sure you will be rewarded for this act of heroism, Gradier Zanatus said to Gustav. Pfft, what act of heroism? I didn't do this for anyone. I did it for myself. The Vindruella was going to come after me, so I went after it first, Gustav stated after laughing slightly. Oh, but still, you saved your fellow participants by winning the battle here, Gradier Zanatus added. Even if I failed, you have been watching the whole time, so I'm sure you'd have swooped in to save the day. My acts don't count, Gustav waved it off. True, but it was still your actions as well as that of your group that saved the day, so that can't be brushed off, Gradier Zanatus voiced out with a smile. If that's the case, then make sure the reward is good enough. Do I get to choose what I want? Gustav asked. Gustav's sudden change shocked Gradier Zanatus. He stared at Gustav, wondering when he became so shameless. Cough, cough, I don't know yet. I guess we shall see after I give them the report, Gradier Zanatus replied. I have regained some of my memories. I have visuals of some stars I passed through before arriving here. Gustav's eyes widened slightly as he heard this. Yes, this time it wasn't a message. Instead, it was a smooth, feminine voice. Hey, you have a voice now? Gustav asked internally. Gustav and the rest were later brought out of the hole by Gradier Zanatus. He decided to bring them out himself to make it faster, since it would take more time for them to get to the top by themselves. Gradier Zanatus went on to keep pretending to be a prisoner. They moved to other parts of the ruins to continue his observation. As for Gustav, Angie, Maltida, E, and Falco, they moved together to a safe part of the ruins to recuperate. They met Glade along the way, who had also regained her senses. Glade was feeling embarrassed as she apologized to Gustav and Angie. Angie dismissed her apology, saying it wasn't her fault. Just like that, 12 hours went by, and the day was coming to an end. It was already evening time, and Gustav and the others were in a settlement of prisoners who didn't participate in disturbing or obstructing the participants in any way. This part of the ruins was peaceful, and most of the participants that knew about it came over here to sleep for the night. Gustav was in a makeshift tent at the moment alone. He had asked the rest for some time alone, hiding under the guise of wanting to recuperate, but the truth was he had been conversing with the system for the past hour. Angie and the rest still wanted to gather more grandstones before the day came to an end, so they set out after enough rest. The next morning would be when every participant that survived would be brought out of the ruins. It would also mark the end of the test phase, and everyone will be graded. Tomorrow was when they would figure out whether they would be enlisted in the MBO camp or not. Who knew you'd have a feminine voice? That of a kid, for that matter. Gustav mocked the system. The sound of my voice is just a representation of what the host desires. Why would I desire to hear the voice of a little girl? Gustav asked with a weird look on his face. Your inner pervertedness has been exposed. It was now the system's turn to mock Gustav. Shut it! I have no such desires, Gustav said with a look of certainty. Anyways, show me the footages you mentioned earlier, Gustav requested. All right, but you can't see them all because, from my calculations, I must have been drifting through space for at least 500 years, so I will only display some parts to you, the system responded. Gustav had a surprised look on his face as he heard that. 500 years. Chapter 278. Gustav had a surprised look on his face as he heard that. 500 years. Gustav exclaimed, "From the memories I have recovered, that is precisely my estimation." Gustav had a solemn look on his face as he heard that. "That means you can't remember where you came from," he voiced out with a look of understanding. "Maybe this was why it didn't speak to me all this time," Gustav said internally with a look of realization. "Do not flatter yourself. I do not like to bother myself with unintelligent species, such as yourself," the system replied to Gustav's thought with a scoff. "Can a guy have a little privacy? Do not intrude into my inner thoughts." Gustav reprimanded the system with a slightly annoyed tone. "Humph! If not for my will to survive, I will not be here," the system replied. Survive? Gustav thought about what the system was hinting at. "Show me the footage," Gustav demanded. "All right," the system agreed. Gustav's eyes suddenly glowed red as a system notification popped up in his line of sight, displaying Galaxy's travel footages. True in. I'm floating through space. Gustav's line of sight had changed completely. The scenery before him was endless darkness, filled with light dots in many places. Small, round, and spherical objects with different colors could be seen in the distance. "Those are planets." Gustav recognized these structures. He could also see stars of different sizes and asteroids as his line of sight traveled through space. He already understood that this was the footage being displayed. "This was when I was traveling through the Empatha galaxy," the system spoke in Gustav's mind. Gustav pulled himself out of whatever was making them soar through space, and what appeared in his line of sight was a silver ball moving at super speed. The silver ball was glowing so bright that it was like a beacon of light in the darkness of space. Gustav couldn't retract his mind from the system for too long, so he was pulled back into the ball in a few seconds. He could only see from the system point of view, while his mind was inside the ball. The galaxy the system mentioned was one that Gustav had never heard of. He wasn't well versed in intergalactic travels, since good information on that wasn't generalized. He knew some things, but his knowledge was still very lacking in this subject. The system journeyed through space at a very fast speed, passing by the sides of different planets, journeying in the midst of asteroids, and surviving through different levels of solar flares in different corners of space. "That galaxy you mentioned earlier, Empatha, is at the farthest your memory can recall?" Gustav asked as they kept moving. "Yes, that is the farthest my memory can take me. However, I feel it isn't too far from where my journey began," the system replied. And how far is that from the Milky Way?" Gustav asked. "Should be over 47 galaxies away," the system replied with an assured tone. "What? Over 47 galaxies away?" Gustav voiced out with a tone of disbelief. "That should be tens of billions of light years away." "Even 500 years will not be enough to travel that far," Gustav calculated and voiced out. "Because we're in space, you're unable to see how fast we're traveling. I traveled at over 1,000,000 light years in a single month," the system stated. Gustav was once again shocked. The system was traveling that fast without a fuel source and went on for up to 500 years. That's really fast. What were you looking for that made you travel this far? There must be a reason, right? Gustav asked. "I don't remember what exactly it's supposed to be, but yes, I was looking for something, or rather somewhere." The girly voice of the system sounded conflicted at this point. While they traveled through the galaxy, it wasn't always smooth sailing for the system. There were times it was almost taken away by space pirates. However, due to its speed, it managed to outmaneuver its pursuers. There were places in the universe where it was met with strange spatial interferences that teleported it off course, which also caused its journey to delay a bit. The system was fast-forwarding the footage and could only show Gustav places that seemed important. Gustav wanted to ask where exactly the system was headed when the system spoke. This was where I started losing energy. I had almost infinite energy, but after the ordeals I went through, it had nearly diminished completely when I was 3 galaxies away from the Milky Way, the system voiced out. Gustav looked ahead and noticed the weird wavy fluctuations in front. It covered their entire line of sight, and when the system tried to turn around so it could make a turn around it, the system was suddenly pulled in against its will. Within was the turbulence of energy that the system explained came from a dying star. The system had to make use of a lot of energy to surpass that and eventually sacrificed its part of itself to gain energy. The system kept going and eventually managed to surpass that area, but it was already on its last energy supply. Parasite program has been activated, scanning for suitable life forms. Gustav noticed these notifications in its line of sight, just like it used to be when using the system. The problem was that the system energy storage had been damaged in the process, so it wouldn't store any energy, which meant it would eventually run out of energy and shut down, which was why it activated this program. Gustav didn't know that it would have been unable to absorb any energy for an upgrade without the system being within a person. This was also when he realized that what he considers upgrades weren't actually upgrades. They were only returning the system back to its original power. Chapter 279. Gustav watched as the system made its way across the galaxies towards the Milky Way. Another notification rang out once again the moment it arrived above Earth. Suitable life form located, swish. It dived down into the Earth's stratosphere, using what was left of its energy to bypass Earth's infiltration security system. It dived down across the dark of night, and beneath was a lit-up metropolitan city. Gustav watched as the system closed in on a mountain range within a forest where a boy standing at the edge of a cliff could be seen. Suitable life form spotted, bang. The glowing silver ball slammed into the mountain, having it in the process. Shurum! It shrunk into a small glowing red light and flew into the mouth of the unconscious, blonde-haired kid who was falling from the mountain. So this was how you found me, Gustav voiced out with a look of contemplation as his vision returned back to normal. He could see the inside of the tent again. The footage didn't feel like a footage. It felt more like he lived through that experience. 500 years. Gustav couldn't even begin to imagine how lonely that would feel for a person to experience. However, the system wasn't a person, so he didn't think it was affected by that. What exactly are you? And how are you able to grant me abilities? Gustav asked. It's part of my program as a parasitic creature. I need to find that place, the system replied without going into detail. Where were you going? Gustav asked. You'll find out the day after tomorrow. My program currently has a quest pending for you, the system replied. A quest? What quest? Gustav asked, but the system didn't reply. He called out to the system repeatedly, but it didn't bother trying to reply. It finally went back to ignoring Gustav. So a quest. It definitely has to do with the place it was looking for, Gustav said internally. I guess I just have to be patient till the day after tomorrow, Gustav stated internally as he began to analyze everything he had seen today. Everything that had happened since the beginning of the MBO test phase was very much unexpected. Gustav didn't think he would get so many rewards and also nearly meet his end here. This was a more practical place for him to put his abilities to use, since he hardly used every bit of his power. He had never displayed all of his abilities before in a battle, but here he had to do that more than once. Currently it was almost midnight, and the rest also arrived back. They had managed to acquire a few grandstones during their 6-hour search. Gustav was unbothered about the issue of grandstones. He didn't have so many with him, but he remembered the number of points he already amassed, so he decided not to sweat. Instead, he spent the rest of the time channeling his bloodline and analyzing his current strength. I still don't know how to use Yarki. I don't have enough information about the system. I don't know how the quest it's preparing will clash with my goals. Too many unknowns. Gustav had a lot on his mind. Hey, Gustav, let's have dinner together. Angie arrived in front of his tent and called out. Is this everything you have to report from the time you spent there? Within the room where the higher-ups gathered, Great Commander Cheyenne asked Great Ears Anatus, who was currently standing on the opposite side of the table. Yes, Great Commander, Great Ears Anatus stated with a look of certainty. It would seem the research team sent there didn't conduct a proper investigation leading to this blunder. Great Commander Cheyenne's voice suddenly became very deep, and the entire atmosphere was plunged into silence. They knew that whenever he started talking like this, it meant he was already pissed off. The other commanders who were against sending an officer to the ruins shrunk back in fear. Great Commander Cheyenne wasn't one to forget situations like this, so they knew he would definitely find a suitable punishment for them later. Had the other four been here, some of you would have lost your rank already, Great Commander Cheyenne voiced out. He didn't need to mention names, since those who were against it knew themselves. Great Commander Cheyenne sighed in relief before leaning against his chair. Who knew the energy that was lost 50 years back had already grown ascensions and empowered a being that hated Earthlings, Grand Commander Cheyenne stated. According to your report, had this thing been successful in hatching its power level, would it have shot straight past the serial rank? Great Commander Cheyenne asked. Yes, according to what I sensed, this is so. It made use of the crystal energy to achieve this. This is why there is barely any energy left within the crystal, Great Ears Anatus answered. If this is so, that means those candidates are saviors not only to themselves, but to the rest of the promising candidates participating in the final phase, Great Commander Cheyenne said with a pleased tone. We have to reward them properly, he added. By the side, the rest of the commanders nodded. No one dared to refute Great Commander Cheyenne's statement after what had happened so far. Young Joe and Miss Amy were also sitting on opposite ends of each other. Young Joe had a smile of defeat on his face, while Miss Amy kept staring at him with an aloof expression. Amy, you have truly trained a talent. Great Commander Cheyenne turned to face Miss Amy and voiced out. Miss Amy didn't respond to his words. Her poker face was still on. With this, the test phase comes to an end. I want every single candidate evacuated from the ruins and brought back to base in the next 30 minutes. I will have a talk with the other four, so we can make plans to deal with the mess the research team caused. Great Commander Cheyenne voiced out and stood to his feet. The other commanders also stood to their feet and gave a kind of military salute, since this showed respect. All except Miss Amy. Even young Joe had to do it, since he was literally a part of them. Miss Amy just stood to her feet and walked out along with Commander Cheyenne. The rest of the commanders weren't surprised. She was well known for not giving a crap about anyone regardless of their standing. Young Joe watched as Miss Amy disappeared through the door with Commander Cheyenne. She really ruined my plan, Hung Joe said internally. Let's see if I can get him to release some more detailed information. Hung Joe turned to stare at Great Ears Anatus, who was conversing with some other commanders. It was already midnight within the ruins. However, the participants were being guided out of the ruins by armed MBO officials. The test phase had officially come to an end now, so they were being transported to a safe lodge. Apart from MBO officials in uniforms, some officials were also equipped with some technological device that scanned each of the participants as they left through the entrance. More officials in laboratory outfits and research devices kept arriving within the ruins. Most of the participants wondered why there would be a need for all these, but only Gustav knew precisely why. Gustav arrived outside the ruins with Angie and the rest, where numerous aircraft could be seen. Finally, it ends, Gustav said internally with a sigh of relief. They had only spent 4 days within the ruins, but it felt way longer to a lot of people. Gustav and Gee Falco multidan Glade. This way, please. An official dressed in orange and black uniform like the supervisors they met with in the tower walked up to them while speaking. A special aircraft has been prepared for you six, she said with a smile while gesturing at them and pointing towards a silver and blue-colored aircraft by the side. Angie and the others stared at each other in confusion while Gustav wasted no time following behind her. Chapter 280. A separate aircraft has been prepared for you six, she said with a smile while gesturing at them and pointing towards a silver and blue-colored aircraft by the side. Angie and the others stared at each other in confusion while Gustav wasted no time following behind her. The others followed after Gustav and went into the aircraft. The aircraft was smaller than the ones taking the rest of the participants, but it was more luxurious and less crowded since it was just the six of them. To what do we owe this awesome treatment? E voiced out with a delighted look as he sat behind Gustav. Your deeds have been heard of by the higher-ups who took it upon themselves to prepare a better place for you to rest in the base, the female MBO officer explained. Great Commander Cheyenne asked me to also pass a message across to you, six. You have officially passed the MBO entrance test, regardless of your scores or the number of stones you gathered. You will only be required to attend the enlistment ceremony, she added. This was when the others fully understood that the special treatment must be based on the rock creature's situation within the ruins. Glade started wondering why she was here since she didn't participate in the battle and proceeded to ask. The female MBO officer said her orders were to bring the six of them, herself included. So you're Gustav? The female officer turned around to strike a conversation with Gustav. The latter was currently seated on the second chair towards the left. Why? Gustav said while turning towards her. You're just as they described you to be. I'm sure you'll make a fine officer in the future, she said with a smile. Gustav said with a look of suspicion. Was I wrong about Gradier Zenatus? Did he mention something about my abilities? Gustav stared at the female officer as he thought, trying to read her expression. She knows nothing. This is just an expression of admiration. Gustav sighed in relief internally. When will the enlistment ceremony be holding? Gustav asked. It will be held 2 weeks from now. After the participants who passed the entrance test have been announced today, they will be free to do whatever they want for 2 weeks. Most times, it is used to say goodbye to loved ones and prepare yourselves to leave home since the camp goes on for 4 years. After those 2 weeks have gone by, you all are required to arrive back here for the enlistment ceremony. After the enlistment ceremony, you all will be transported to the training camp. The female MBO officer explained lengthily. The six within the aircraft had looks of understanding after hearing that. It turned out they were exempted from the results announcement that would be held during the daytime, since they had been given an automatic pass. Gustav scoffed internally at the MBO's act to hide what truly happened by indirectly isolating them. They better have a good reward waiting, Gustav said internally as he stared at the monitor that showed footage of the places they were flying over. It was currently around 2 a.m. and they had been flying over a dark sandy area the whole time. However, Gustav could now see the outline of a brightly lit city in the distance. Gustav and the others asked questions about the city and were informed that this was not a city but an MBO base of operations. It was located within the borders of 2 cities above the tallest mountain region on the Earth. Gustav's initial reaction and thoughts weren't wrong since it did look like a city. High-rise and technologically advanced-looking buildings, as well as strongholds, could be seen. A massive crystalline round structure could be seen floating above tens of thousands of feet above the base. The base had operatives moving around in troops, even though it was midnight. It was as if sleep wasn't a thing here. There were no walls surrounding the base, but Gustav could guess that security measures have been put in place. Even if security measures weren't put in place, one would have to think twice before trying to attack an MBO base full of numerous, powerful mixed bloods. The multiple aircraft carrying the mixed blood candidates moved towards the public hangar area to land. The aircraft transporting Gustav and the others moved towards a private area where only a few operatives could be seen moving in. In a few, they could see a massive mansion in the distance with a wide landing space behind it. The mansion was silver and green in color, with fences surrounding it and MBO scouts standing guard around it. It was among the most exotic buildings in the entire base. Gustav could see the outline of a familiar silhouette close to the landing spot as their aircraft descended. A small smile appeared on his face. Angie, who was sitting beside him all this time, had been wanting to strike a conversation during their journey here, but was feeling shy for a lot of reasons. She was about to say something when she saw the smile on his face. She followed his line of sight and noticed the person he was staring at within the monitor. Who is that? Angie wondered, but as they landed, she noticed it was a lady. SHHHSSHHHH. The aircraft doors slid open, and everyone moved out of it. Who's that? Everyone wondered as they stared at the beautiful lady with ash-colored hair approaching. The female officer who was their guide during the trip had widened eyes upon noticing this lady. Demo. Young miss, she bowed with respect as she voiced out. Angie and the rest had looks of confusion, wondering who this lady was. Gustav walked forward with a smile and stood in front of her. Miss Amy, it's been a while, he voiced out. The officer who greeted earlier had widened eyes as she noticed the smile on Miss Amy's face. She's smiling. Just who is this kid? She wondered with a look of disbelief. Chapter 281. Hey, kid, Miss Amy voiced out and placed her palm on Gustav's left cheek. Gustav responded by placing his own palm on hers that was placed on his left cheek as he looked into her eyes. Just what is going on here? Why are they displaying so much affection for each other? Not just the female officer, but even the others behind were wondering the same thing. However, they were not as surprised as the female officer, since she knew who Miss Amy was. Angie knew Miss Amy was Gustav's teacher, but she had no idea that she was affiliated with the MBO. Even if she knew Miss Amy was Gustav's teacher, she was still jealous to see how close the two were. She wished to be the one Gustav stared at with so much admiration. You don't look surprised to see me, Miss Amy said as they started walking forward. Why would I be? After all, I had to find out from someone else that my beloved teacher is a part of the MBO, Gustav said with a wry smile. Oh, are you holding a grudge now? You also hid your true power from your so-called beloved teacher, Miss Amy said playfully with a light chuckle. Besides, I am not part of them, at least not anymore. Don't worry, I'll explain my relationship with the MBO later on. You also have a lot of explaining to do. Miss Amy paused as she said that and turned to stare at Gustav from head to toe. Are you still hurt? She asked with a tone of worry. No, I'm perfectly okay now, Gustav replied as he paused his footsteps to turn to the side. That was when he noticed that everyone was still behind. Are you guys not coming? Gustav asked with an uncomfortable look after noticing they had been standing and staring the whole time. Oh, yeah, wry smiles appeared on their faces as they started walking forward also. The female MBO officer also moved forward along with them. Don't worry, Sasha, I'll handle it from here, Miss Amy said while leading the youngsters out of the landing area. Yes, ma'am. The female officer known as Sasha had a look of relief on her face as she left the premises. Meanwhile, Miss Amy led the kids into the luxurious mansion. Sasha, who had left, prayed that the other kids will not be misled by Miss Amy's affection towards Gustav and mistakenly piss her off. She had seen Miss Amy in action before, so she knew just how ruthless she could be. She was even surprised that Miss Amy knew her name. They entered the mansion, which only had 2 staff working within. They were both maintenance staff that kept the place clean. The kids found it surprising that there were no butlers. They knew luxurious places like this always had one, but then they remembered they were in one of the MBO bases. With that thought process in mind, they felt it was normal for things to be different from how they knew them to be. The mansion had different kinds of designs and like painting and arts of battles pasted on some part of the walls. Luxurious rugs and carpets, as well as the chandeliers made from crystals hanged from different parts of the ceiling. Miss Amy showed them to the rooms they'll be sleeping in. In the meantime, she also explained to them that they only had to be here till after the result announcement, which would be held. After that, she mentioned that Great Commander Cheyenne will be coming to meet them personally, and they would be able to go back to their various cities and homes for the next 2 weeks. After resting during the 2-week break, they were required to get back here. Gustav wanted to converse with Miss Amy since he had a lot of questions, but she told him to go rest like the others, that they could talk during daybreak. Gustav complied and went to bed with the others. The next morning, everyone woke up and freshened up. They hadn't really taken their baths in the last 4 days. The ruins had places with water supply, but who in their right minds will take a thorough bath knowing that they were in the jaws of danger, and every moment they spent letting their guard down is very dangerous. They finally took proper baths and freshened up. This wasn't happening here only. The other participants that were taken to a private lounge within the base also enjoyed the privilege of finally having a good night's rest and a clean bath after 4 whole days. After doing all this, the participants got dressed since convoys were waiting for them outside the residential building they were lodging in. They were taken to a place called the Arbitrary Coven, where the results would be displayed. While that was ongoing, Gustav and the others were having a nice breakfast along with Miss Amy. "Who knew you were such a good cook, man?" Ee voiced out in delight as he downed a spoonful of food. Even Falco and Glade were surprised as they ate the food Gustav cooked. They hadn't expected someone who killed so easily to be this good at cooking. Only Angie and Maltida knew that he cooked, but this was the first time Angie was tasting his meal. Miss Amy and Maltida were the only ones who had enjoyed eaten Gustav dishes before. "This reminds me of my mother," Ee smiled as he took another spoonful of food. "Likewise," Angie and Falco voiced out together as they ate. I wonder what having a mother that cooks for you is supposed to feel like," Gustav said internally as he took one spoon after the other. Miss Amy turned to stare at him with a smile on her face and placed her left hand on his. It was almost like she could sense what he was thinking. Gustav smiled back and continued eating heartily. Of course, these details did not go unnoticed by the rest, but they all acted like they didn't see and continued eating with looks of delight and chatting. After the meal, everyone decided to contact their families about the good news of how they had passed, while Miss Amy called Gustav over to the second living room to talk. As this was going on, the participants in the Arbitrary Coven had gotten their verdict. The scoreboard was displayed, and they were able to see the top 100 from every city in the world. The scoreboard was divided into 300 places. Only the first 100 with the number of points they amassed were displayed. Cries of sorrow and joy filled the place, as some found themselves fortunate to be among the top 100, while others weren't so lucky. Those who didn't make it were escorted out of the premises immediately to be transported back to their cities, while the others stayed behind to listen to the information being passed across. Inside one of the living rooms within the mansion, Miss Amy and Gustav sat opposite each other. "Now, ask me what you want to know," Miss Amy said to Gustav. Chapter 282. Inside one of the living rooms within the mansion, Miss Amy and Gustav sat opposite each other. "Now, ask me what you want to know," Miss Amy said to Gustav. Gustav stared at her for a few seconds before replying. "I want to know who the real Miss Amy is." "Tell me everything," Gustav voiced out as he placed his chin on his knuckles, which were being supported by his elbows that were placed on his thighs as he sat. "Of course, I can't tell you everything, but I will clear your doubts and make things less confusing," Miss Amy replied. Gustav nodded slightly in response as he waited for Miss Amy to start speaking. But we're trading secrets, so I expect you to also reveal some things to me after I'm done, Miss Amy added. Gustav was already expecting this, and he didn't see any problem with letting Miss Amy know. She already knew he could use different kinds of abilities, so he only had to straighten a few more things out. By now, it was obvious that Miss Amy meant no harm, so trusting her wouldn't be a bad thing. All right, Gustav responded. After Gustav gave affirmation, Miss Amy started to explain from somewhere close to the beginning. Miss Amy narrating her story from when she was still a kid. She happened to awaken her bloodline since she was an infant, which was unseen and unheard of. She practically turned the cradle she was placed in into a tree. It grew leaves and branches. Amy was born into a prestigious military family that had a good standing in the MBO, so this was good news for her father. From that day, he decided that Amy would be a part of the MBO when she grew big enough. He started training Amy on how to use her bloodline from the age of 3. Not only was it forceful training, but whenever she failed to complete tasks, she would be dealt with mercilessly by her father. He was mostly concerned about his reputation and wanted Amy to do well so she could outshine all of her peers, which she eventually did. Amy grew to understand that society only cared about power and having a great bloodline. These two things determined how you were going to be addressed by others. Amy's mother was the only person she would always run to because she only had hate for her father, who was objectifying her. Her mother treated her nicely and always told her to grow up to be whatever she wanted, and she didn't have to play by the rules of everyone. Her mother always advised and comforted her while listening to all her worries and complaints. In her eyes, her mother was the only person who wasn't objectifying her and wanted her to truly live a happy and uncontrolled life. Her mother, who had a low bloodline, was treated like a pile of poop by the entire household, even when she managed to mother someone as talented as Amy. The only difference was after everyone found out Amy was a genius, the discrimination reduced. However, due to poor feeding and treatment over the past years, even though her mother was now being treated better, she fell ill. The maltreatment had nurtured a sickness inside her that was slowly taking her life away. Eventually, Amy's mother passed away. This broke Amy and made her hate bloodlines. As she grew up to be powerful, she turned cold and heartless to anyone with bloodline abilities. Miss Amy was said to hate mixed bloods, but the truth was she only hated bloodlines and wished they didn't exist. She had read about how humans in the past were powerless and only had weaponry. She wished the world could be like that again without discrimination, but she didn't care anymore because her reason for caring was gone. So her hate was transferred to the mixed bloods who carried bloodlines. At the age of 11, she got enlisted into the MBO camp. She entered before she was done with the 4 years of training because within that time she had successfully completed lots of missions that were issued to cadets who were still undergoing training. She ended up being placed in a squad before those 4 years were up. Amy's bloodline was said to be B-grade, which was a little common in the MBO, but she was stronger than others for some reason. Battle prowess, making use of her abilities, and dealing with opponents made her stand out. When Amy was 16 years of age, she became a captain of an emergency squad that got sent to different places to assist in battles when the situation had gotten out of hand. This was where Miss Amy earned the title Demon Queen. Miss Amy was totally ruthless in taking the enemies down and sacrificing her own subordinates to get the job done. She would sacrifice a teammate without batting an eyelid if it meant getting the job done, and she always did things in the most gruesome way possible. When tales of her deeds spread far and wide across the MBO, a fellow captain who happened to be more powerful than her at that time approached her with the intention of knocking some sense into her. Instead, he left with a broken skull. He had an A-grade bloodline and was even 2 levels above Miss Amy, yet she defeated him easily. The next one that came to try and do the same had his limbs uprooted by her. By the time she dealt with several of them, no one had bothered to try meddling in her affairs anymore. For some unknown reasons, The higher-ups also didn't take any measures. Other MBO officers only prayed to not be put in her squad. For up to 6 years, Miss Amy fought battles and successfully completed each and every single mission assigned to her by the MBO. However, the price paid in those 6 years was something the MBO finally decided to do something about. In those 6 years, Miss Amy had grown so powerful rapidly that even the higher-ups became worried. They also wondered if she was just AB grade. Other MBO officers apart from Miss Amy were also popular and well known for their feats and strength. However, Miss Amy's case was always a topic that put fear in the hearts of other MBO officers, making her a more discussed topic. The higher-ups called Miss Amy in and decided to try and put a leash on her free reign. Chapter 283. 3 out of the 5 great commanders were also present, along with an MBO officer named Mac Fraser. This man was hailed as the most powerful MBO officer. Amy had never even met him before, since they were never in the same place at the same time. However, she had heard about him, and he had heard about her. Miss Amy listened to their restraining order and gave them all cold looks before raising her middle finger and heading for the door. "Mac, restrain her!" These were the next words she heard coming from one of the great commanders. "Sigh, what a drag! You called me all the way out here to deal with an ordinary alpha ranked." Mac Fraser voiced out with a look of boredom. "Watch your tongue. She's no ordinary alpha," one of the great commanders voiced out. Mac Fraser yawned before standing to his feet. But the moment he did that, a loud blast occurred, and half of the building was blown away. When the dust in the air cleared, Mac was back on his seat, leaning his jaw on his fist with a more bored expression on his face than he had before. "We didn't ask you to destroy the building, idiot," one of them voiced out again as they stared at the open space in front of them. "Mission complete, there she is," Mac said while pointing at the ground in front. Miss Amy was lying on the ground, unconscious. The 3 great commanders present nodded. As expected, even though she's really powerful, she's no match for him. These thoughts appeared in their minds as 2 officers moved over to pick Miss Amy up. Unexpectedly, they stopped when they were only a few feet away due to an invisible force pressing against them. Shuram, purple-like aura covered Miss Amy as she floated upwards and opened her eyes to stare at Mac with a chilling gaze. Mac was shocked as his eyes widened, and he stared at Miss Amy. She regained consciousness. "No, she's not even injured. Smirk. She is the first to take my fist without getting injured in the slightest. Even though I only used a small fraction of my power, this might be fun," he thought. The higher-ups and great commanders present were extremely shocked. Why is she using a different power entirely from her original? They wondered the entire environment was drowned in an unfathomable pressure as both Mac and Amy dashed towards each other. Swayaya! Swayaya! Boom! The entire vicinity disintegrated the moment they came into contact with each other. "Wait, Miss Amy has more than one bloodline?" Gustav asked with a look of confusion as he cut into her narration. "Yes. I have 2 bloodlines, which is the reason I'm this powerful with 2B grade bloodlines," Miss Amy confirmed. Gustav had widened eyes as he heard this. "She hid it so well and never even made use of it, even once when training me." Gustav had a look of amazement as he heard that. "Also, Miss Amy is an alpha-ranked mixed blood and not a kilo-ranked." Gustav asked with astonishment. "That was 3 years back. I improved a little after that," Miss Amy answered bluntly. "She's practically at the pinnacle." Gustav remembered the bloodline ranks to be Zulu Serial Gilbert, Marshall Falcon Echo Delta Beta Outbeacon Evolver. Each rank had 4 steps. These were levels said to have been attained by the most powerful mixed bloods in the past who passed down this ranking. However, there were rumors that it didn't end here. 50% of mixed bloods in the entire world are unable to surpass the serial rank. 30% managed to make it to the Marshal and Falcon rank. A mixed blood would be known as a powerhouse if they managed to make it to this rank. Around 10% were able to make it to the Kilo and Delta rank, which were known to be among the powerful in the entire world. The mixed bloods that managed to reach this point were mostly in high places of authority. They weren't seen as normal people, neither were they normal people in society. Less than 1% of the mixed bloods in the entire world reached the Alpha ranked, which was considered the pinnacle for all mixed bloods in this age. For hundreds of years, no one had been able to surpass this rank. Even the 5 great commanders were stuck in this rank along with Miss Amy. Only one person was an exception, and that was Mac Fraser, the only mixed blood in the last 500 years to make it to the Beacon rank. He was the most powerful mixed blood on the entire planet, and the number of battles he had lived through along with the successful missions and planet conquering added to his name, added to his fame. According to a lot of MBO officers, he had never had to throw another punch when battling with a person because it always ended up with an instant win. According to others, he didn't even need to act to defeat an opponent. Some exaggerated his strength and added that a single sneeze of his could part the oceans. The Alpha rank was already godlike to others, but it was nothing compared to the Beacon rank. Hold on, Miss Amy is only around 25 years old. So how did she achieve this in such a short period? Gustav wondered as he stared at Miss Amy. So, Miss Amy, how did the fight with him end? Gustav decided to ask the most mind-boggling question. Since I'm still here, I obviously didn't lose. Miss Amy voiced out. So that means... Gustav's eyes widened slightly in astonishment, but Miss Amy interrupted before he could complete his statement. But he didn't lose either. We had to stop halfway since the base was getting destroyed each time we collided, Miss Amy added. So how is it that you are Kilo ranked right now? And how are you still affiliated with the MBO even if you're no longer a part of them? Gustav inquired with a confused expression. That's because we came to a kind of agreement. Great Commander Cheyenne has arrived. Before Miss Amy could complete her statement, the AI installed within the mansion made an announcement. Chapter 284. That's because we came to a kind of agreement. Great Commander Cheyenne has arrived. Before Miss Amy could complete her statement, the AI installed within the mansion made an announcement. Miss Amy paused her speech after hearing that before standing to her feet. Well, continue our chat later. It's time for you to meet one of the 5 great commanders, Miss Amy said towards Gustav while gesturing for him to follow her. They walked out of the second living room and arrived at the corridor that led to the luxurious stairway. From above, Gustav could see a man with white hair and beard sitting on a 3-seater sofa in the middle of a lineup of about 4 sofas. He had a rhombus-shaped green diamond in the middle of his forehead. He had 2 slanted eyes with a sharp and penetrating gaze. An aura of calmness and solemnity surrounded him as he sat on the sofa and stared at Gustav and Miss Amy, who was currently descending. He looked around the age of 60, but Gustav knew this man couldn't be less than the age of 100 years with his level of strength. It was quite normal to live up to the age of 200 and beyond, so long as you are a powerful mixed blood. His military-like uniform was crystalline and silver in color, with royal blue stars plastered on his left chest area. The others had also heard when the AI announced the arrival of the Great Commander, so they also moved towards the main living room. They had tense looks as they arrived there and noticed Great Commander Cheyenne sitting on the sofa comfortably. So this is a legendary Great Commander? They all had thoughts similar to this. Youngsters, please find a place to sit. We don't have all day. Great Commander Cheyenne voiced out as he noticed that Falco, Angie, and E were still standing at different corners. After hearing that, They had embarrassed expressions on their faces as they found a spot to sit. They all avoided the chair he was sitting on and moved to other sofas in the living room. Gustav and Miss Amy also finished climbing down the stairs and found a place to sit. Gustav sat down opposite Commander Cheyenne and secretly scrutinized him. He could sense the energy radiating from this man was not ordinary and also very powerful. On other planets, this man would be on the level of a planet conqueror. The system suddenly spoke in his mind. What's a planet conqueror? I mean, does it have something to do with conquering planets, or it's just a term for powerful figures? Gustav asked internally. Both. With the information I have, powerful figures such as himself would be capable of taking an entire planet on and successfully conquer them. Even in lots of galaxies, there aren't a lot of them on this level. The system explained. Oh, I see. And the Earth happens to have multiple mixed bloods on this level. This must be why the Earth has successfully conquered some planets. Gustav was reminded of the imprisoned Vindruelas. But how do you know this if your memory is incomplete? Gustav asked the system. My incomplete memories doesn't affect my knowledge of the universe. This was the system's last response to him before Great Commander Cheyenne began speaking. I have witnessed your performances during the test phases and noticed the massive potential dwelling within each and every one of you present here. Great Commander Cheyenne voiced out. The research team did not do a great job of surveying the ruins properly. They were unable to notice the danger that would have caused a massive death if not for you five. We deeply appreciate the effort you five put into stopping the threat. Commander Cheyenne said with a solemn voice filled with genuine gratitude. Sire, why am I among? I shouldn't be here, Glade voiced out with a conflicted look. She kept hearing Great Commander Cheyenne say 5 of you, which meant he was referring to just 5 of them being the heroes who saved the day. This made it obvious that she wasn't included since she didn't remember being of any help. We'll get to that, Commander Cheyenne replied. First off, we would like for you to keep this blunder a secret, he added with squinted eyes. The 5 of them stared at each other in silence and a look of contemplation after hearing that. In a few seconds, they nodded in response. All this time, Gustav never took his eyes off Great Commander Cheyenne, who assumed Gustav also agreed to keep it secret. Good. Secondly, for your meritorious deeds, we have rewards for you all, Grand Commander Cheyenne added. The first is, you all are now special class cadets, he revealed. Wow, are you for real? He couldn't help but voice out. Great Commander Cheyenne nodded in response with a light smile on his face. Yes. E jumped up in delight, while Angie, Maltida, and Falco had looks of excitement on their faces. Only Glade looked a bit sulky, since she didn't understand why she was also receiving such privilege. The second reward is that you all are going to be given the opportunity to pick up any supportive weaponry or gadget of your choice from the base arsenal store, Great Commander Cheyenne added. They all became more excited as they heard that and looked forward to enjoying the privileges of being in a special class. Excuse me, Great Commander, but I already passed the special class test. Gustav, who was silent all this time, finally spoke. Doesn't that mean the first reward is irrelevant for me? He added with a calm look. Great He and Great Commander Cheyenne exchanged eye contact at this point, and Gustav didn't even flinch in the slightest. He truly is just as I expected him to be. A smile appeared on Great Commander Cheyenne's face as he said internally, You are correct. Great Commander Cheyenne agreed with Gustav. Chapter 285. He was confused at this point, wondering how Gustav was already a special class but still participated in the test. The rest understood, since they witnessed it themselves. Which is why we have prepared a special reward for you, Great Commander Cheyenne added. Oh! Gustav voiced out with an intrigued look. Gustav Crimson, You have been granted the rank of a Kaiser, and your training years in the MBO camp have been shortened to 2 years. You will join one of the cadet squads as vice captain and go on low-ranked missions from time to time after your first 6 months of training. You are also entitled to the privileges of a special class and more. Great Commander Cheyenne listed out. When he was done, everyone except Miss Amy and Gustav himself had their eyes and mouth slightly open in surprise. Although they were surprised, they felt this was an appropriate reward for Gustav, since he was the one who actually battled the Vindruella. "I refuse," Gustav voiced out with a look of disagreement. The entire place was plagued with silence, once again after hearing Gustav's statement. This time their eyes widened more than before, as they stared at Gustav with a shocked expression, wondering what he was thinking. "The rewards are not promising enough," Gustav waved with a dismissive expression as he leaned against the chair. Miss Amy smiled internally as she heard Gustav speak. She hadn't said a word yet because she wasn't involved in the topic. She was only here as a witness and secretly to protect Gustav just in case. What else would you want then? Even Great Commander Cheyenne was surprised, but he acted cool and asked, "I want a favor added to that list," Gustav said while crossing his leg. "I haven't agreed to keep the Kaskia ruins incident a secret. I nearly lost my life there, along with many others. I also managed to end the existence of 2 dangerous creatures, one of which already killed countless others. This isn't enough," Gustav explained. "I want you to owe me a favor that I can cash out on in the future," Gustav added. Great Commander Cheyenne stared at Gustav with an expression of interest. This lad is quite the daring one, even though he has Amy behind him. Trying to negotiate with a great commander while using the incident as a kind of leverage is really rash. The confidence he carries is a little too much for his age, Great Commander Cheyenne thought. He was really intrigued by Gustav's personality. Angie and E, along with the others, were about to tell Gustav not to be too rash and just accept the initial proposal. But before they could open their mouths, Commander Cheyenne responded. "Okay, I agree," he said with a light smile. "Huh." They all voiced out with confusion once again. He agreed, just like that. They had expected a different response. Still, Great Commander Cheyenne just agreed to Gustav like that. "So long as it is within my power, whatever favor you ask of will be granted by me," he added. Gustav smirked and nodded. "Then we have a deal." Gustav was glad it worked out like he wanted. With this, he would have another assurance. But he decided he would only make use of that favor when he really needed it. Great Commander Cheyenne said a few more things, including information on the MBO training camp, before coming to a conclusion. "Now I shall take my leave." "Glade, come with me," Great Commander Cheyenne voiced out before standing up to leave. Glade stood to her feet and followed Commander Cheyenne. "Amy," Commander Cheyenne voiced out while turning around to stare at her. "Your grandfather sends his greetings. He'll be arriving on Earth in a few days," he voiced out before walking out the door with Glade. Miss Amy frowned upon hearing that and kept staring at the door even after Great Commander Cheyenne had left. The whole place was filled with excitement due to the rewards. While Gustav was intrigued about what he heard last, Miss Amy's grandfather. "Who is he?" Gustav turned to stare at Miss Amy after hearing that. "Miss Amy," Gustav voiced out as he noticed her frown and her eyes that were still glued to the door. Miss Amy heard him and responded by standing to her feet. "Let's go somewhere." "There's something I want to show you," she said while walking towards the door. Gustav followed Miss Amy to a part of the barricaded environment surrounding the mansion. It was a small storehouse beside the hangar area where aircraft were kept. SSHHSSHH. The place opened up, and Miss Amy led Gustav past the bunch of mechanisms and gadgets arranged all across the place. They got to the end of the room, and what Gustav saw in his line of sight was a large, greenish rock. It was so massive that it even reached the ceiling of the room. Shein. It glowed up the instant Gustav was 9 feet away from it. "This is exactly why I came here." I didn't even know that such a situation would happen during the final phase. Good thing I decided to come, Miss Amy said. I don't understand. Gustav was saying when a system notification appeared in his line of sight. His eyes widened slightly as he read through it. So, Gustav, tell me, what is your relationship with this rock, and why do I keep sensing your presence when I'm around it? Miss Amy asked while staring at the rock. If she was looking at Gustav, she would have noticed his weird expression. Still, instead, her eyes were focused on the rock after noticing its glow as well as sensing Gustav's presence increasing even more than before. I got this from that asshole young Joe, and I know it must be something phenomenal. However, he has not been able to figure out its secret and had even conducted numerous experiments trying to crack it open. Miss Amy paused her speech when she noticed Gustav moving closer to it. What are you doing? Miss Amy asked, but Gustav didn't respond. Gustav walked till the rock was right in front of him and placed his hand on it. Truian. The rock instantly lit up like a star, shining a blinding light across the vicinity. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.